New information, this tornado warning has been updated. Attention, a new radar-indicated tornado warning has been issued. New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated. New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated. New information, this tornado warning has been updated. Attention, a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued. New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated. New information, this tornado warning has been updated. Attention, this flash flood warning has been updated. New information, this tornado warning has been updated. Attention, a new radar-indicated tornado warning has been issued. New information, this tornado warning has been updated.
How did I know I was going to be way off? Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. It is Monday, the 27th of April. Good grief. It seems like these severe weather days are getting to be more and more and more common. It's been quite the setup across the southern plains and into the Midwest here this spring. And it's not over yet. We've got a couple more days of this to go. Up here in Minnesota, just take a quick look back home since we are mostly looking at Minnesota or Missouri and Iowa today. This is what we're looking at here across western Wisconsin and southern Minnesota. Put this into motion, you'll be able to see that we have a nice spinning area of low pressure about over Le Sueur at this hour, moving to the northeast, and it is pushing quite the shield of rain up and north of the Twin Cities. So areas from Wilmer over towards Bloomer and Wisconsin north, you're getting a good steady soaking rain today. Everybody else south is going to see some scattered showers. Once this line goes through behind, that's currently along I-35, if you notice back towards Sioux Falls, temperatures are only in the low mid 40s to upper 40s, whereas they're in the mid to upper 50s across southeastern Minnesota, Winona at 61, La Crosse 62. That is going to be the story of our afternoon. So that is why we're looking more at the severe weather down here in central and southern Illinois into eastern Missouri, almost southeastern Missouri now that I look at it. And temperatures are warming up quite well out ahead of this line. Temperatures are in the upper 70s to mid 80s across northeast Arkansas into west Tennessee and southeast Missouri and southern Illinois. New severe thunderstorm warning just got issued out here by National Weather Service Lincoln in Clay County in south central Illinois near Flora, moving east at 30. The only storm right now that is even looking remotely threatening is a cell out here towards Grant Fork in Madison County. That's going to move up and along, generally along and north of I-70, going from Highland all the way out towards Vandalia eventually. But looking back, you can see another complex of storms that's moving currently into the St. Louis metro area. Severe thunderstorm warning includes the west half of St. Louis County, but not St. Louis City. Another cell trying to get going out here by Wentzville, and then another bigger cluster out here towards Gasconade and Herman. And National Weather Service in St. Louis just issued a new severe thunderstorm warning.
Attention, a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
And that is for areas around Granite City, Collinsville, O'Fallon, Lebanon, up towards South Roxana, all the way back to Ferguson, Clayton. And that does include St. Louis City, as well as Cahokia. Down towards O'Fallon and Lebanon. Does not include Belleville, does not include Mascoutah, does not include Dupo or Melville on the on the Missouri side. So right now, the only things we're really watching, and the severe thunderstorm warning is issued, and it is a base warning for quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts, so 1-inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. They have a radar-indicated tornado warning out here, and this is our warning that is out for Madison County and Bond County. So it's Bond County and East Central Madison. Until 2:45, it's a radar-indicated tornado, and that is going to be near Alhambra, Highland, Grand Fork, Pierron, Old Ripley, Pocahontas, Dudleyville, Greenville, Beaver Creek, and Smithboro in south central Illinois. And then we have severe thunderstorms also moving in eventually into the Olney area right now over Flora. And then that is the only warning in eastern Illinois at this time. And that is that warning over here in Clay County. And eventually that will reach areas around Lawrenceville, Illinois, and then if it survives, it'll go all the way over towards Vincennes in Indiana. One severe thunderstorm warning for the areas around Sullivan, Indiana. That's a fairly large warning, too. Yeah, south central Vigo, Sullivan, southwestern Clay, and northwestern Greene counties in Indiana. And that is for our severe thunderstorms on a line from 11 miles north of Sullivan to near Chauncey, moving east at 30. Weak rotation was noted near Shelburne. So Shelburne is right up here. Right here. So that's that area they're looking at and seeing the rotation. Let me switch radar sites. We're way far away from St. Louis here. There we go. So that would be this little inflow notch right here. Which would have been probably this little area right here. It's hard to say. When was this warning issued? 32 minutes. It was issued at 2:40 Eastern. It's 1:40 Central. It's 20 minutes ago. Yeah, it would have been this area right here. Any of these little leaders, so to speak, here by Scotchtown and Jericho, near Paxton, west of Carlisle. Any of these could likely throw up a spin up, and with little or no warning. If it does, it'll be a weak tornado. Still a tornado, so if a warning is issued for your area, you want to treat it like it's a real tornado warning. Don't try to second guess. Areas around Effingham, Illinois have a flash flood warning. It's for southeastern Shelby, southwestern Cumberland, northern Clay, Effingham County, and western Jasper. And that's in, well, they call it central to east central to southeastern Illinois.
New information. This tornado warning has been updated.
Updated on our tornado warning out here in Madison County. That's going to be the part that they're clipping off at the end. Yeah, the Madison County has been reissued. The areas farther west for southeastern Madison County. So this area out here by Marine and north and west of Highland, that's going to be the area that's going to get canceled out. Do not let your guard down, because back behind you, I want to grab the St. Louis radar here. Right behind you, you've got more severe storms coming in right behind that from Marine. So if you thought you were done with this one, nope, there's going to be waves of this. So areas from Edwardsville back towards Granite City, you're in the first round of this. These are not really the severe storms. The severe storms are really just hitting the river, and that's going to be up more towards Spanish Lake and Mitchell, up towards South Roxana. Edwardsville, you're going to see these here pretty quick. Granite City, you're looking at them across the river, across the American Bottoms. St. Louis, they're not quite in the city yet, but they're going to be here any minute. If you're north of I-44, you are not going to see much for severe weather. You might see some wind gusts. But don't think you're out of the woods, St. Louis, because behind you, there's more out towards Herman. That's going to be quite a ways out there. That's west of Warrenton, south and west of Warrenton. But this whole area is primed to develop more storms. You can see another storm out here And that is all the way back out in Kansas. And that's on the border. It's about to move in here to Butler, Missouri. I just want to look at the weather, the conditions out here. There's a dry line out here too that we want to make sure we know where it's at. Dew point 66. Yeah, there's the dry. That's not the dry line. 62. Okay, so the dry line's still farther back. Emporia, dew point 59. Okay, yeah, we're still good there. The reason I'm looking for that dry line is you hear about this more in Oklahoma, but we're going to look. Let's just look at, say, Tulsa. Tulsa is 87 degrees. Dew point is 61. So pretty juicy air mass. Out here in Seminole, 86 degrees. Dew point 48. Hold on. It's getting drier. El Reno, 88. Dew point 40. Elk City, dew point 44. That dry line is going to be where, if anything develops today, would develop.
New information. This tornado warning has been updated.
And we have another update on our warning. They're trimming it down even more. Near Highland, moving east to 25. This is in Bond County, Illinois, and far east central Madison County. So areas around Greenville and Grand Fork. Eventually in Vandalia, you're going to want to keep an eye on this storm. It'll probably pass just to your south. Let me pull this up real quick. Not the warning, the radar. There we go. And that would be this area right here, just east of Greenville. The storm's generally moving just a hair north of east. So the south side of Vandalia, you could see this. Eventually upstream, it'll go south of, I would be shocked if it does not go south of Effingham. It could go north, but it's hard to say sometimes what it'll actually do. We have a new tornado warning in St. Louis City. It's just issued for southwestern Madison County in southwestern Illinois, northwestern St. Clair County in southwestern Illinois, and St. Louis City. And that was reported over the city of St. Louis, moving east at 30 with tornado and quarter-sized hail. So St. Louis, East St. Louis, Madison, Granite City, Washington Park, Caseyville, Fairview Heights, Pontoon Beach, Collinsville, Edwardsville, Maryville, a lot of hills, Glen Carbon and O'Fallon, along with Horseshoe Lake State Park and the Scott Joplin Historic Site. And this will also affect I-64 at about mile marker 9 in Illinois. And that would be this area right here. I'm going to pull up the velocity data real quick. You can see that area right in here starting to come together over the city. It's not terribly clean. This is one of those times I wish that the Doppler radar for Lambert was up. That's the TSTL radar site right up here. That's unfortunately offline. That would give us a very clean look into this storm. Looking back here at the storm by Grand Fork, there's a very, very small amount of rotation out here, still back towards Grand Fork. And they just dropped that tornado warning entirely. Not surprised because the rotation has pretty much fizzled on this storm. There's a little, there's a little hint of a little bit of rotation.
Attention, a new radar indicated tornado warning has been issued.
The notifier's a little behind today. That's okay. I don't even know if you guys can hear that on the stream. I don't know if that's going out on the stream or if it's just coming from the computer. Either way, it's a pain. Yeah, the alert box goes out to the stream. Oh, I have it monitored. That's why. Still watching that storm out here. The warning does actually cross the state line out here west of Butler. It'll probably pass closer to Passaic, south of Adrian. Let's take a look at that storm. And there it is. Kind of getting that kind of a classic look, but at the same time, it's not. However, what we want to look at as well is these storms down here towards Chanute, Kansas, up towards Fort Smith. And that's going to keep, that whole area is going to move up. Where did I see Fort Smith? Am I losing it? I am. It's too early. Oh, I saw Fort Scott over here. That's what it was. Fort Scott is actually a little off camera for you guys. There you go, Fort Scott. That's what I saw and was thinking of when I said that. But yeah, out here from Chanute up towards areas east of Iola in Kansas, west of Fort Scott, up towards Mound City. Mound City, you're not seeing anything, but it's to your north and to your south. And that storm to your north and east of Mound City, up towards Amsterdam, Lynn Valley, and Lassigne. That storm is severe. That storm is producing 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and half-dollar sized hail. And we now have a new severe thunderstorm warning on that storm down here by Moran and La Harpe. And that is for quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. So it's our standard 60-mile-an-hour 1-inch hail warning on that. Would not be surprised to see this storm farther back also get a warning on it. TWX, switch radar site, so I'm going to look at this storm a little differently. This storm is kind of in a hole. Because you're looking, your radars that you can use are Tulsa. Well, I have to zoom out to show them all. So right now we're currently on the Topeka radar. There's Wichita here, Tulsa here, Springfield, Missouri here, and then Kansas City's up under the word warning here. And right in there, just south of where it says Kansas City. So not really a clean shot for this to see where it's at. Boy, the radar in Topeka is seeing a heck of a hail core in that storm, though, that just developed down here by Moran. So I'm going to switch back to EAX, the Kansas City radar site. And it sees that same hail core going up. Oh, yeah. That storm's going to mean business. Eventually, that's going to go over towards Branson, Kansas. Or is that Bronson? That's Bronson.
Attention, a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
And that is all. Okay, we're back up here. That's that storm out by Warrenton I was looking at towards Wright City in Wentzville. So I got a hail core here north of Jonesburg. Let's switch radars again. Back to St. Louis. And that is for this cell, or cells, west of Warrenton along I-70. Those are moving to the north and east. Eventually going to move up towards Troy. Eventually they'll reach up towards Iola, Ellsbury. They'll go south and west of Bowling Green. But Bowling Green, you do have another cell just to your west. And just got a new severe thunderstorm watch, or at least an update to it across southwestern Missouri, extreme northwestern Arkansas. I'm so used to saying northeast Arkansas for family. Northwestern Arkansas, extreme northeastern Oklahoma, and southeastern Kansas. Well, let's go back to St. Louis. This is a very populated area for a tornado warning. I've not issued an update on that. I'm kind of pushing an update here. Hoping they'll issue one. 2:01, so 6 minutes since the last update. For those of you in St. Louis City, don't look back to your west, but over towards Clayton and Creve Coeur and out towards the Westplex. You got another cell going up out here. It's due south of Lambert. You're going to have to keep an eye on these storms quite closely here. Yeah, areas up towards Venice and Granite City. St. Louis City, it's going north. The primary rotation is going to go north of you. But boy, that storm is tightening up quite quickly here. Yeah, maybe this area right here by Venice. Another area of really messy convergence, for lack of a better word. Up here north of the Enterprise Center, so up around Busch Stadium.
New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
And we had an update on this warning out here by Flora. 60-mile-an-hour winds, quarter-sized hail near Flora, moving east at 30. I have more severe thunderstorm warnings that have gone up in Indiana here. One west of Bloomington, Indiana. That is for southern Clay, Owen, and northern Greene counties in Indiana. Another one south in Bedford, and that's going to be for southeastern Monroe, northeastern Martin, Lawrence, and western Jackson counties in south central Indiana. And then we have the storm back here over Sullivan, Indiana, which includes southern Vigo County, so south of Terre Haute, right along 41 down towards Carlisle, up to Farmersburg, including Shelburne and Sullivan. You are in that severe thunderstorm warning. So a flash flood warning in effect for the Effingham area. Another one that's farther back, and that is going to be areas up around Ramsey to Nokomis to Vandalia in Illinois. Hillsborough, you are not in that warning, neither are you Litchfield. But let's go back to this tornado warning in St. Louis, because this storm is really starting to organize, and it's doing it quite effectively. So we're at the area I'm watching. It's this area right up here by Granite City. It comes and goes, but this whole area is trying to rotate. And of note, the storms back here, back towards Creve Coeur, back towards Chesterfield, Clayton, that area back in the Westplex, Those storms are not showing any signs of rotation at this time. With the structure on this storm up here, between Pontoon Beach, down towards Granite City, Venice to Brooklyn, going north of East St. Louis, north of the city of St. Louis. Going to be crossing over the Stan Musial Bridge right now. Actually, a little bit north of that even. Was a little bit further. So near North Hyde Park and the fairground neighborhoods of St. Louis, you're in this. North Riverfront, you've gone through it. American Bottoms and Horseshoe Lake, you are in for it next. I'm going to keep just a close look on this for the moment. Excuse me. I'm going to try to lose my voice today, I think. Allergy season is just being murder. Okay. What? Don't tell me. It's there. Okay. Thought I was losing my mind. There we go. Just wanted to make sure we had gone live. Every once in a while it tries to go live and doesn't. So areas up here around Madison Station, Horseshoe Lake, north of State Park Place, we're 5570 there, right before 255. So if you're out here in Collinsville, out towards Black Lane, so that area, like I said, 55 to 70, from where 70 splits off and goes up towards the Stan Musial. 64 goes east across southern Illinois, and then 5570 join up, and then 55. Eventually we'll lose 70 up here at 270, where that goes north, up north of Troy. But up along that area, right along 5570 there, right before 255, that's the area we're looking at the closest. I'm a little surprised we have not gotten another update here from National Weather Service St. Louis. I am going to dip off camera here for just a split second. I need a beverage. Sorry about that. Whoa, let's not kill the set. Oh, at least I didn't hit the knee that's messed up. Okay. It was a short fuse decision to go live today. So I got stuff under my desk and I just nailed my knee on it. That's what that grimace was. All right. A high wind warning here across Chicago. I just noticed that. It looks like that would have been from the storms that went through earlier. Got a wake low going on, it looks like. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Yep. So, not really showing it too much now. I'm surprised, actually. Then again, when does this? It expires in 2 hours. Okay. So a lot of times what you can get is, as a thunderstorm complex moves out, you get a lot of air coming out behind it in the downdraft. And what can sometimes happen is you get a well-developed circulation there, and you will get a lot of air coming down. You'll start getting really strong winds, 60 to 80 miles an hour. And so that's what those warnings are for. And looking back over here into Kansas, our southern storm north and east of Fort Scott now has a severe thunderstorm warning. For east central Allen, that's issued by Wichita. That's moving east at 40 for quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. National Weather Service Springfield has issued a warning for northern Bourbon County and southeastern Kansas. That's the same storm. Just changed the Weather Service Office responsibility. We have a big severe thunderstorm warning for this storm ahead of it. Up here in Miami, Lynn, Cass,
New information.
Henry.
This tornado warning has been updated.
Bear with me. Sorry about that. Cass, Henry, Bates, and Johnson County in Missouri and Kansas. So right there, that area. Moving from north of Butler up towards Passaic, Adrian, Archie, Garden Center, Creighton. Creighton, you guys got hit last night. Ulrich, and eventually up towards Blairstown and Chilhowie. So that area is another warning. Did get an update on the warning in St. Louis. That now clears the Missouri side of the river. And that is 212 is over Granite City, was the radar indicated rotation. Horseshoe Lake State Park. Areas around Pontoon Beach to Molenbrox, Four Corners, up towards Glen Carbon, Maryville in Illinois, up towards SIUE and Edwardsville. You are in that tornado warning. Beyond that, all the way up for the South Roxana, almost all the way up to Hamel, out to Fruit, all the way down to Lebanon and Illinois, up to Caseyville, back up to Washington Park. And staying on the Illinois side, up along the river, all the way back up to Hartford and South Roxana. Again, that is a severe thunderstorm warning, and that is in effect for 1-inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. Back to the northwest, we still have our severe thunderstorm warning out here towards Warrenton. We can storm velocity here. Actually, you know what? I'm starting to wonder now if this area out here towards Granite City, so this would be the area of weakness they're looking at, and this warning is issued for. This area right here, right about Illinois 3, Illinois 203, and just north of 162. And that is the area they're looking at. But that is the rotation aspect of it. But looking at the reflectivity, that storm has got several areas that are doing quite a bit. And there's the update. Another hail core actually starting to get really organized here at 255 and 270 on the north side. So that's up there east of Glen Carbon. It's going to be south of Edwardsville, right along 270. Another hail core trying to get going right about Horseshoe Lake State Park. That area right around Molenbrooks, Four Corners, that's the area that I'm watching the closest. There is no signs of organized intense rotation. Some very, very broad rotation up around Namioki and a little bit east of Granite City. And there's the update. And that area down towards Horseshoe Lake is not even as strong as it was. Maryland Place, Pontoon Beach, Stallings, Four Corners, out towards Glen Carbon, and Maryville in Illinois. I'd be watching this storm. I would be taking your tornado precautions. It may not do anything, but it's better to be safe than sorry. Going back out here to our storms in western Missouri. Again, looking at the wrong product. There we go. Here's that supercell getting going out here towards Adrian. It's going to move up towards Creighton in Missouri. And that is across the border, so I guess I can stop saying moving into Missouri. So that's right along 49 north of Butler, south of Harrisonville. Again, moving up towards Creighton, Garden City, Ulrich, and Blairstown. Another warning back here towards areas north and west of Fort Scott. That's going to be along K65 and K3, north of Bronson. Another cell getting organized down here towards Humboldt, up towards La Harpe, south of Iola. That will probably be getting severe warned here shortly. Going back to our storm out here in St. Louis, which is kind of looking a little weird because we're looking across the state from it. There we go. There's our hail cores. Storm still got the right presentation, but if you look into the storm at the velocity data, it's just not there. It is correctly warned for a radar indicated rotation that is there, but it is a broad rotation. Flash flood warnings continue for areas from Vandalia up towards Effingham, all the way up to Nokomis in Illinois, just south of Shelbyville and Pana, all the way down to Bible Grove and Edgewood. We have a severe thunderstorm warning in areas around Flora to Sailor Springs, to Louisville, to Xenia and Illinois. Would not be surprised to see a warning come in farther south of Flora down towards Fairfield as that storm is starting to unzip down the line there along the outflow. We have more severe thunderstorm warnings out here in Indiana. Taking a look out here towards Sullivan, South Vigo County, down the far south area there of Terre Haute. You're out of this. Storms have moved past. And that warning will expire in 11 minutes. And that's from storms from 11 miles north of Sullivan to Chauncey, moving east at 30. 1-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. We have another severe thunderstorm warning down here by Bedford, Indiana. And that will expire in 11 minutes as well. And that is for Monroe, Lawrence, and western Jackson counties, quarter-sized hail being the primary threat there. And back up to the areas east and north of Sullivan, out towards areas just north and west of Bloomington, Indiana, actually. Severe thunderstorm that is located 13 miles north of Linton or 23 miles southeast of Terre Haute, moving east at 45. South winds, good grief. Calm. Wind gusts to 60 miles an hour and quarter-sized hail being the threats there. And that's all in southwest Indiana. Back to St. Louis, just keeping an eye on this tornado warning. You're not going to let me see that way. There we go. So again, this area south of Four Corners, coming up, just going to pass just to between Maryville and Collinsville. I'm going to zoom in a little bit here. Here's Beltline Road, where it comes across 5570. If you're familiar with the area, Bluff Road runs north-south. That's Illinois 157. Country Lane to the north and down to Clay Street. And not quite as far south as St. Louis Road, I don't think. But it's an area more up along Horseshoe Lake Road up towards Beltline Road. And that's a fairly busy commercial area there. Looking at that, you get everything from Good Shepherd Lutheran Church to the Scott Credit Union to FCB Collinsville Building and Loan, a couple of urgent cares, lots of shopping, more along 159 here, which of course it's not going to tell me the name of it. The heck is Vandalia Street? Thank you. I was like, what is the name of that road? It's that area right here that I'm watching. Still not very. I mean, there's a little broad rotation in there. The warning is appropriate. I'm going to respect that warning. So here at areas downstream of this, Glen Carbon down to Collinsville, over towards Troy, Maryville, Wilson Heights, Formosa Junction, Troy Crossing, Donkville, Mont Station, Kuhn Station, and there's the update on that. Rotation was indicated over Maryville. So that rotation is now out to here. The storm's moving. Kind of moving east at 35. Okay. So that's this area right in here. So Troy, you're downstream from this. Areas right between 70 and 40, I-70 and US 40. So Troy, St. Jacob, Marine to Highland up towards Pierron and Jamestown. You are in the path of this storm. Call me a little confused. I just realized there's a Pierron here and a Pierron here. How does that work? Two towns with the same name. No, you can't do that.
New information.
And that is
This
that
tornado
St. Louis
warning has been updated.
Not a lot going on rotation-wise in that storm out there towards Flora.
New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
And that would be this warning out here towards Creighton. No, not towards Creighton, towards Troy, Warrenton. Near Hawk Point, 9 miles west of Troy, moving northeast at 60. So Hawk Point at 225, Davis and Troy around 230, Eolia at 235. Also includes Cave, Silex, and Whiteside, and Cuerva River State Park. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong radar. I'm like, why is there no? Yeah, there's tiny little bit of rotation right here at Jonesburg. And that's, I say that's there, but if you look at where it's at in the storm, it's in the wrong place. But yeah, if you're up here, west of Troy, west of 61, back out towards Truxton and Hawk Point, you're getting a storm now. That's going to continue moving northeast up towards Ellsbury. Warrenton back to Herman, and then along I-70 and east of Missouri 19 and west of Missouri 47. That area moving up towards Wright City, Moscow Mills, Troy, eventually up towards Chain of Rocks and Old Monroe. You're going to see a pretty good thunderstorm here. Hail core getting developed in areas around Pendleton back to the south and west. And that's going to be just north of the Little Lost Creek Conservation Area. Still watching the storm out here towards Collinsville. Its presentation is not as put together as it was. It's starting to look more linear at this point. Our little notch down here by Collinsville and Maryville is not where it was. Originally, they were looking up here in this area. I would be keeping a close eye in areas in the southern part of south of Troy. So if you're north of Lebanon Road and south of Troy, along US 40 and over towards Illinois 4, heading towards St. Jacob, that's the area I would be watching as this storm as well, just because there's some areas of rotation. There are areas where rotation could set up in that area. Nothing.
New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
All right, for Clay, that is this storm, I believe. They're going to start canceling warnings here, I think. There it is. Wright State. All right. 11 miles southwest of Flora, moving east at 50, quarter-sized hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. That's northern Wayne County in Illinois. Southeastern Clay County near Noble, 10 miles west of Olney, moving east at 30, 1-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. Okay, that is the case. Okay. We are farther south than here than I thought. Okay. So I was confused as to why this was a split warning like this. Flora, Clay City, Louisville, and Xenia in Illinois. That is National Weather Service Lincoln. South of that, the area down here, Johnsonville, over towards Mount Erie and Croon, or Sisney. I cannot read, that's too small for me. Sisney, that area is issued by Paducah. So, and for those of you wondering, Lincoln's all the way back up here. Lincoln has a very, very interestingly shaped warning area. They cover areas up here from Princeton over towards Lincoln, Wyoming, Galesburg, down towards Canton, Havana, and then they stretch kind of in a big arc all the way down here, including Effingham, Newton, Robinson, Olney, Lawrenceville, and Flora. So they've got a very interestingly shaped service area that they deal with. Bloomington, Indiana, you are now under a severe thunderstorm warning. It's going to be for 1-inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. I'm very curious if this is going to be our first round or our second round or our third round. So we got one out here in southwest Indiana. We have another line kind of running just north of I-70, except for this little segment back here in St. Louis, where it's a little south. Another storm back here along 70 out towards Warrenton, up towards Troy and Missouri. And then back here, we've got our bigger cell, excuse me, the big cell out here by Adrian. That's starting to look, yeah, a little bit more impressive right here. So areas between Passaic and Adrian, west of or east of I-39, 49, good grief. So this will be out in the areas around County Z and Missouri 18, be south and west of Altona. There's an area of rotation trying to get organized here. This will be one that we have to watch. Storms back here coming across the state line towards Fort Scott. Actually, I think that's still back in Kansas. Yes, it is. That is still back in Kansas. These storms are starting to organize quite quickly here. So these are storms we're going to have to watch. Yeah, again, not in the best radar location for seeing these. Kansas City would make the most sense, but even it doesn't seem the best. For Kansas, let's see what Wichita sees. Wichita sees the southern part of the line a little better. All right, St. Louis, what do we got? We got some hail reports starting to come in now. Glen Carbon has seen 1-inch hail. Same thing around Overland, Chesterfield, and back here along 141 south of 64 out in Marysville, or down south of Maryville University, I should say. You notice there's absolutely nothing really reported south of 64. Everything kind of went north of 64. And that tornado warning in Illinois has been dropped. We do have the severe thunderstorm warning still, and that is for that line of storms running along I-55, and that runs almost up to Staunton at this point, all the way back down to Collinsville. Getting some tail end development back here towards Washington Park and over St. Louis City. That is all going to move to the east, and that's going to be moving to the east at about 40 miles, 35 to 40 miles an hour. And I'm looking at that from there, so let's see. Yeah, Lincoln's not going to show it with a hoot. But there's that line. You can't really see the St. Louis part of it because it's looking through this cluster. There we go. So if you're in southwest Indiana, you are about to get some storms. And there's no two ways about it. You're going to get them. So we have special weather statements down around New Pekin, Indiana, back towards Shorts Corner, Oregon Springs. That is for a storm capable of producing 50-mile-an-hour winds and hail to the size of pennies. Bedford, you are just getting out of a severe thunderstorm. That severe thunderstorm warning does continue to your east, and that'll go along towards Norman, Clear Springs, that is Kurtz, eventually up towards Freetown, Spraytown, and Cortland. Eventually, if it holds together, that will pass north of Seymour and that will go up eventually south of Columbus, and if it holds together up towards Batesville, Indiana. A much larger severe thunderstorm warning has been issued now for Monroe, Owen, Greene, and Lawrence counties in Indiana. That's for a storm 22 miles west of Bloomington, moving east at 50. In Bloomington, you're in that now. I would not be surprised if this warning gets extended just because of the nature of the storms behind it. We've got a pretty solid area of severe thunderstorms all the way back from the US 41 corridor, north of Carlisle, all the way back up into southern Vigo County, and primarily south of Sullivan. But then that area extends all the way back and is severe warning once you get back into Illinois. They did drop the warning for Sullivan, so that area has been cleared from that severe thunderstorm warning. But then you still have areas back here towards Lawrenceville and Olney in Illinois, eventually moving towards Mount Carmel and Vincennes. That'll be Mount Carmel in Illinois, I do believe, yes. I had to look at where it was in the river. So Bloomington, you are into that severe thunderstorm warning. The severe thunderstorm warning still, the big one just got issued downstream of St. Louis here. Now that's for western Bond, northwestern Clinton, and eastern Madison County. And that is for a severe thunderstorm over Marine, or 7 miles northeast of Troy, moving east at 30 miles an hour, quarter-sized hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. So if you're in that area right along 70 and just north of 70, and I believe that's Illinois 140 up towards Hamel, Alhambra, Old Ripley, Greenville, you're going to get absolutely pounded here.
Attention, a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
That little warning ticker is a little behind. It's starting to bug me. I'll have to do some programming on that. Oh, did not want to open up that thing. How did I do that? How did I do that? I mean, I know how I did it, but there it is. Turn that off. Sorry about that. Did not want to open up that feature. So let's go back to St. Louis, west of St. Louis now. Storms up here north of Troy. Those are not doing so well. The storms down here towards Warrenton, back towards Pendleton, Wright City. So if you're in Moscow Mills, south of Troy, towards Wentzville, Wright City, eventually coming towards O'Fallon and Old Monroe, right along 70 there, you're going to be seeing some storms moving in. The storms are primarily moving to the northeast, but they're developing to the south as well. So you may see more of that south of 70. Big chunker of a supercell out here. South and west of Creighton. Creighton, you guys got hit last night with some large hail, and you're going to get hit again here. South of Harrison along 49, where Missouri 7 comes in. Right there at Harrisonville. We had another storm right there by you. Well, not a lot of rotation in any of this at all. Closest thing you might have some rotation would be right here along the South Grand River by the Settles Ford Conservation Area, and that's very, very broad. So south and west of Creighton. And we have more severe thunderstorm warnings back here. And that is for northern Bourbon County, issued by Springfield. That's by La Harpe, Kansas, Moran. Moving east at 50, ping pong ball sized hail and 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. And that was confirmed by emergency management in Moran, Kansas. So that would be right here. So that's the 2 warnings there. And this storm is moving northeast into this warning. The difference being is this is issued by National Weather Service Wichita. This is issued by National Weather Service Springfield. So that's why you see the 2 warnings slightly offset like that. Otherwise, areas that we're also watching that haven't done anything yet would be the areas down here in the Mid-South. So well south of where we're looking at right now. You can see some little popcorn development down here, far southern Illinois, down towards Benton, Charleston. That's in Missouri, all the way over towards Vienna and Jonesboro in Illinois and Tams. This area is one that we're going to have to watch. This area is extremely unstable and is primed for severe weather. Originally, we thought this activity would be moved out sooner. And
attention, a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Up here, oh wow, that's a lot closer to us. Okay, did not expect that one. So let's look at Des Moines. I think it's going to be the closer of the 2. Up here towards Crystal Lake and Britt, Iowa, we have a severe thunderstorm warning. That is near Algona, Iowa. For quarter-sized hail, that storm is 13 miles northeast of Algona, or near Wesley, Iowa, moving east at 25. Britt, Eagle Lake, Wesley, Crystal Lake, Woden, Duncan, Sexton, Hutchins, and Eagle Lake State Park in the path of that storm. Thank you to the National Weather Service Des Moines for that warning. And looking at this line right here, right along Iowa 14, so areas from State Center to Marshalltown, back up towards Allison, just west of Waverly, even reaching up towards Marble Rock and Charles City. At least cells back into this severe thunderstorm warning south and west of Forest City. This is another area of development we're going to have to watch, and that would affect southern Wisconsin into northern Illinois. We could see a few storms develop out here in far southeastern Minnesota towards Rochester and Winona. And then looking down here, here's those storms quite a bit farther north than we've been looking at so far, up here from Bethany in northwest Missouri, northwest to St. Joseph, back down towards Holton, Manhattan, Kansas. That's right on the front. So this is the area we also have to watch. So for those of you keeping track at home, there's a lot of storms happening in a lot of places. Looks like we have a new storm going up here north of Bowling Green. It's going to move up eventually towards Pittsville and Griggsville in Illinois. If that holds together, that would eventually move up and go just to the north of Springfield, right up towards Lincoln in Illinois. That would be quite a ways downstream on that. Bloomington, Indiana, your severe thunderstorm warning is still in effect. That is all radar indicated for 60-mile-an-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. Farther back, a lot of lightning in this storm up here in Clay County, Illinois. And that is 10 miles west of Olney, moving east at 30, quarter-sized hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. Also have a severe thunderstorm warning just to the south of that for the same storm. 11 miles southwest of Flora, moving east at 50, quarter-sized hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. Again, that's just a National Weather Service office split. If we were to come over to Olney, that would still be in Lincoln, as would Lawrenceville. As soon as we get over to Vincennes, we're going to switch over to Indianapolis for those warnings. So we have our big severe thunderstorm warning out here along I-70 in southwestern Illinois, south central Illinois. And that is near Marine, or 7 miles northeast of Troy, moving northeast at 30 with quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. And that line of storms really does extend from New Douglas down through Alhambra to Marine to Troy. And that is, like I said, moving east at about 35. Another big cell up here by Warrenton. And that storm is getting more organized. It's not greatly well organized, but it's starting to really show what it can do. To watch this cell, it just exploded up here north of Bowling Green. That storm was not there. I'm going to run this radar back. See how far back we go. This goes back about an hour. A little something there and just poof, it just really, it gets into that warmer air mass. And it's starting to get some warmer air aloft. The surface air is still cooler, but you notice you can see where the sun's coming out. 65 in Pittsfield, Illinois, 67 Mount Sterling, 68 at Union Baldwin Field, Quincy, 75 in Hannibal, 77 out here in Moberly, Missouri, 73 in Mexico. And get south of this real quick, it gets warm. 82 out here in Sullivan, and 82 out here in Vichy, Rolla. I have to look at that. That's VIH. I always thought that was Vichy, but it's not. It's Rolla. Okay. Sorry, just a little geek out there for a second. Lake of the Ozarks, Osage Beach, 84. 82 down here at Camdenton. And they have now extended that severe thunderstorm warning out farther to Chilhowie. And that's going to go all the way out towards Adrian, Windsor, Leeton, Urich, Calhoun, Creighton, Chilhowie, Blairstown, Ballard, Post Oak, Hartwell, and Quick City, all in the path of this storm. This storm is meaning business. A hail core has really come together out here south of Creighton. And you can see that right there. Look at some larger hail in that. Kind of look at the temperatures here. I'm trying to figure out exactly where the front is. The front's back here. So this line that runs from just south of Osceola, Iowa, back down. Marysville, you're in the cold air. Maryville, Missouri, you're in the cold air. St. Joseph, you're about to go behind the cold front. Manhattan, you are behind the front. Topeka, you're about to get the front. So this area back here, this little narrow line, will likely be sub-severe. However, this area back here, and now they have extended that warning like I thought they would. North of Neodesha, where they already got hit last night, Fredonia, up towards Chanute. And those storms are moving primarily to the northeast. So put this into motion, you're going to see that there's a little bit of an easterly motion, but the line, the storms themselves are moving to the northeast, but the line is really just slowly drifting. And these areas have had some pretty substantial flash flooding last night. They do not need any more rain at all.
New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
And that is this warning out here. Actually, no, it's not. It is our warning out here in Warrenton. So what they did is they reissued that and extended it for Lincoln County, northwestern St. Charles, and northeastern Warren counties in Missouri. And that storm is 5 miles northwest of Wright City, moving northeast at 45, 60-mile-an-hour winds, quarter-sized hail. Warrenton, Wright City, Truesdale, Hawk Point, Innsbrook around 240. Moscow Mills, Troy, and Wentzville about 250. And Fountain Lakes is at 255. Fountain and Lakes, I should say, at 255. So it'll also affect areas such as Fortestell, Cave, Flint Hill, Old Monroe, and Foley, and will also affect the Cuervo River State Park in Missouri. So our severe thunderstorm warning out here east of St. Louis. And that storm looks like it is starting to go a little bit more outflow dominant. And that warning is in effect for another 33 minutes. So all of our warnings out here towards Flora. That storm is now well east of Flora. Clay City over towards Noble, you're in that. Only you're next in line. I would not be surprised to see that warning get extended out here for Olney and Noble, Calhoun, Parkersburg, Claremont, Sumner. So anywhere along the Illinois 130 corridor from Parkersburg north up to about, West Booze and definitely West Liberty, you're in the path of this storm. Even down towards Calhoun and Parkersburg, you're in the path of this storm as well. West Salem, you might just catch the edge of it. We'll see if Paducah issues a warning for you guys. And we have our severe thunderstorm warning out here in Bloomington, Indiana still. Bloomington, you're just now getting it. The hail core is just moving in right around, just coming across I-69 there on the west side. So Bloomington, Clear Creek, Indiana University, you guys are all about to get this. So I'm going to make sure you are prepared for some hail and high wind, some strong winds, and some definitely torrential rain. When they did reissue that warning for northern Bourbon County and southeast Kansas, that's going to be in effect for another hour. Storms moving northeast at 45. Bronson, Mapleton, Devon, Harding, and Xenia, all in Kansas. You are in the path of that storm. There's so much going on. All of a sudden, it's starting to spread out pretty quick. So,
New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
We're going to update the warning down here by St. Louis. So that's this one.
New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
More. So, severe thunderstorm was located near Highland, Illinois, with 60-mile-an-hour winds, quarter-sized hail. And that's the same cell we've been watching. It's moving up towards Greenville. Eventually, if it holds together, would go just on the north and west sides of Vandalia. Let's go back up here, not to be forgetting our friends up here by Mason City. Do you still have a severe thunderstorm warning?
Attention, a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Okay, that's farther south like I expected. Northwestern Hancock County, Iowa. 15 miles southwest of Forest City, moving east at 25 with quarter-sized hail. Britt, Eagle Lake State Park, Crystal Lake, Woden, Duncan, and Hutchins, all in the path of that cell. Do a quick look at that on radar just to see what's up there. A few cells up here by Marshalltown, another one to the west of Waterloo towards Grundy Center. And then the cell out here between Britt and Crystal Lake that's going to eventually move off towards Clear Lake in Mason City. I'm looking at some of the more southern radars here, because I want to kind of see what's going on south of these storms. So right now, I'm just looking at a few things here and there. Watch this here, right here, this little blip. Just to the northeast of Nevada, Missouri. So west of Osceola, northeast of Nevada. El Dorado Springs, it's to the northeast of you. I know it's the last thing you guys want to hear is another storm. But that storm could develop here. It's out in front, so it would be by itself. Be an isolated, discrete supercell. So that was something we will definitely have to watch to see if that develops. Creighton and Ulrich, you are getting one heck of a hail core. Ulrich especially. Creighton, you just missed it. You're on the edge of it. But Ulrich, you're getting absolutely hammered with hail. Eventually, that's going to move up here towards Leeton, Calhoun, and Windsor. So it's going to be more on the southern side. The strongest hail core will be on the southern side of the warning here. I feel like we lost a warning or something out here. I don't know where it was, but I saw something disappear, thought. St. Louis Metro. So St. Louis County, St. Louis City, and Metro East. The only thing that's going on right now is you do still have your severe thunderstorm out here for 29 more minutes. And that is for that storm that's near Highland moving east at 30. Looks like we did have a wind report of thunderstorm wind damage 2 miles southwest of Marine about an hour ago. And that was at that initial line that went, the initial set of storms that went through. And that would be the storms that are up here now north and west of Effingham. Okay. Another hail core starting to organize here north of Wright City, southwest of Moscow Mills. So in areas up here towards Old Monroe, Chain of Rocks, up towards Winfield, all of Missouri, you're in the path of that hail core. Innsbruck towards Wentzville, I'd be watching the south end of this storm real close. It's starting to get a little bit of a interesting shape to it. If you know your supercell shapes, talk about the screaming bird. As you can see here, got the beak coming down just to the south and west of Innsbruck. And if we go over to velocity data, you can see that right there. And that's what I'm eyeballing here and keeping an eye on. And nothing imminent yet. Just one to be aware of. New storms now going up around Columbia, up towards Centralia. And those will reach down towards Prairie Home. Not quite down to Tipton yet, Missouri.
Attention, a new tornado watch has been issued.
Edwards, Franklin, Hamilton, that's going to be farther south. Oh, good afternoon, everybody. Shit just got real. Oh, sorry about that. Stuff just got real. New tornado watch issued at 2:45 for Northeast Arkansas, Southern Illinois, Southern Indiana, Western Kentucky, Southeast Missouri, Western Tennessee until 11 p.m. Friends, this is a particularly dangerous tornado watch. We have a PDS tornado watch on the board. Several tornadoes and a few intense tornadoes likely, scattered large hail likely with isolated very large hail events to 2.5 inches, and scattered wind gusts to 70 miles an hour. So, wow. Areas from Poplar Bluff to Forest City, Poplar Bluff, Missouri, in the southeast, Boot Hill. So areas from, where are we looking at? North of Cape, not quite to Thebes, but Cape Girardeau down to Charleston, all the way down through the Boot Hill, back to Poplar, Greenville, Van Buren, and Donovan. You're in this PDS tornado watch. Southern Illinois, Marion, Harrisburg, all the way south, all the way down to Cairo and Paducah. Oh boy. Princeton, Evansville, Owensboro, Kentucky. You were in this updated PDS. Madisonville, Hopkinsville, all the way down to Waverly. Clarksville, Tennessee. You are not in this. Decaturville, Savannah, and Tennessee, all the way back to Memphis. Northeast Arkansas, everything, Crowley's Ridge, and east. So from Forest City up to Corning, all the way over to the Mississippi, you are in this PDS tornado watch. And I do apologize for the obscenity. That was not, I was actually expecting that to be a little farther north than it was. And we have a tornado warning now for the northwest side of St. Louis City, or St. Louis Metro, I should say, St. Louis Metro. Radar indicated rotation near Innsbruck, or 6 miles south of Wright City, moving northeast at 50. I'm going to toot my own horn here. That's this little spot right here. But I pointed out just a couple minutes ago. Toot, toot. All right. So, ooh, I'm going to come down to the Paducah radar site. And the reason I'm doing that is we did just get the PDS tornado watch. And when I'm looking down here, looking at Memphis right now, looking at the Memphis radar, you can see all these little blips up here towards Jonesboro and Jackson, north and west of, quite a ways north and west of Paducah, up more towards Murfreesboro and Marion in Illinois. These are all going to have to be watched like hawks. Another cell starting to show a little bit more organization north and west of Advanced, Missouri. Just by Kennett, looks like we got another storm starting to get organized there.
Attention, a new radar indicated tornado warning has been
That's
issued.
our tornado warning up here in the northwest side of St. Louis City, or St. Louis Metro, I should say. I should not say St. Louis City, St. Louis Metro. So New Melly, O'Fallon, St. Peters, all the way over to almost, well, parts of St. Charles, going up towards Campville, to Peruke, up to Firma, St. Paul, Josephville, Lake St. Louis, Dardenne Prairie, O'Fallon, All Saints Village, Dardenne, New Melly, back to Innsbruck, and Wentzville. You are all in this tornado warning. And I apologize, I just realized I pulled up the wrong thing there. I'm going to zoom into that warning. Come on, let me have it. And this is that area right here by Innsbruck. And it may wind up bowing out here.
New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
Right. And that would be the warning for Olney that I was expecting to come out here. Near Clay City or 8 miles southeast of Flora, moving east at 45. Radar indicated 60-mile-an-hour wind gust and quarter-size hail. Noble, you'll have this about 250. Olney, Noble Airport at 255, and Olney itself around 3. And this is a particular, you guys are not quite in the PDS tornado watch. You're in a tornado watch, but not the PDS. So Mount Vernon to Fairfield to Albion, back to Pinckneyville to DuQuoin. Murfreesboro, Perrysville in Missouri, you're in it, but you're right on that north edge there only. Bloomington, you're still in your severe thunderstorm warning here for another 8 minutes. Quarter-size hail, 60-mile-an-hour wind gust are the threats with that. Got a couple of reports in now. 1-inch hail at Indiana University, down by Clear Creek. Also measured 1-inch hail. So that is borderline severe thunderstorm warnings. The thunderstorm warning still remains in effect for areas there along I-69 from Bloomington down towards Owensburg. And that'll also go up partway towards Martinsville. Well, kind of keeping a broad view here. Part of the battle is also trying to see which county color we have. I'm going to turn lightning off on this display, y'all, just because it's
New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
That would be the one out here. Let's do that real quick. For Bond and Clinton counties in Illinois and southeastern Madison, near Pocahontas, are 6 miles northeast of Highland, moving east at 30, 60-mile-an-hour wind gust, quarter-sized hail. And that's that same storm we've been watching move along areas right along I-70. That storm moved all the way up from Granite City, has moved up towards Troy, and has been following 70 right along. So that's that warning. Still have our tornado warning out here in St. Louis. And that's going to be out areas south and west of Wentzville to New Melly. And then that extends all the way up to the Mississippi River, north of St. Peters. Okay, just saw the update there. It's like, what's flashing? Too many things going on. Let me turn the lightning off here. Like I said, it's getting a little crowded on the display here. It's kind of hard to see everything and make sense of it. Is that better? That's a little better. Not great, but better. Also going to take the loop down some. Okay. There we go. All right. Oh, man. Starting to get some more lightning activity. I'm going to pop up here to Des Moines real quick. So we still have a thunderstorm warning out here. It expires in 5 minutes. And that is for that storm that was going to the south of Forest City. It's going to go north of Garner. So right there along the US 69 corridor. Eventually, if the storm holds together, it would make it to Clear Lake, cross I-35. and then follow 18 across and go right through the heart of Mason City towards Rock Falls and North Springs. We have more storms developing from Waverly down towards Dike in Iowa. Stronger cell down here south and west of Marshallton. Another cell going up to the south of that, north of Newton, Iowa. And then up here between Toledo and Marshalltown, have another cell. And then south of Eldora, there's another cell. These cells all have to be watched. More than likely, if they do produce anything, it would likely be small hail and strong winds. Really, the biggest thing we're going to be watching is this area down here in the upper, well, I was the upper Mississippi embayment, but it goes quite a bit farther north than that. So the area up here from Mount Vernon over towards Princeton, Indiana, to Owensboro, to Evansville, all the way back down here to Memphis and Forest City in Arkansas, Memphis, Tennessee, of course, Bolivar and Savannah in Tennessee, up to Jackson. I hate to say it, but Clarksville, oh, actually, I don't hate to say it. Clarksville, you are not in this warning, or this watch, I should say, the watch. Oh, warning. Good grief. I'm not signed in. Why? And I'm going to have to do a little bit of back end work here real quick. What? Oh, I see why.
New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been
And
updated.
that is that same warning we've been watching down there around Olney. Thank you. What? Got a thing's gone sideways here, and I'm just trying to sort it out real quick. Sorry, y'all. Oh, tell it to send it. It'll send it. There we go. There we go. That's better. Okay.
Attention, a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Boone, Manitou. That's going to be areas around Columbia, Missouri. Not a severe thunderstorm. Hold up. We're going to switch that gear just a little bit. We have a tornado capable of producing a thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado near Wentzville, moving northeast at 50. New Melly right about now. Wentzville, Josephville, Lake St. Louis, and Dardenne Prairie about 305. O'Fallon, St. Paul, and Cottleville around 310. Fortisell, Flint Hill, and Campbell, you are also in this. This also includes I-70 between exits 203 and 227 in Missouri. So that is this storm right here. So that's this rotation here. So the one that I said might be...
New information. This tornado warning has been updated.
Gusting out. And then they've also issued a severe thunderstorm warning that covers quite a bit of that in two. Severe thunderstorm near Fountain and Lakes, or 7 miles east of Troy, moving northeast at 45, quarter-sized hail. And 60-mile-an-hour wind gust. Chain of Rocks, Moscow Mills, and Troy around 3. Winfield about 305. Old Monroe and Foley, you were in this as well. And the Cuervo River State Park. And I-70 between 203, my markers 203 and 212. This is our severe thunderstorm out here in Columbia, which unfortunately is in a terrible radar location. It's dead center between La Crosse and or not La Crosse, St. Louis and Kansas City. The next radar north is all the way in Des Moines. The next radar south is St. Louis, or is Springfield, Missouri. So let's do this. And they have extended that severe thunderstorm warning from Bloomington. That now goes all the way over to Nashville, almost to Columbus, Indiana, Bedford, and Freetown. You're in this as well. And that 61-mile-an-hour wind gust with a 1-inch hail, both reported in Bloomington. The wind gust was at the airport, and 1-inch hail reported in town. And that was by trained weather spotters. So keeping an eye on this storm out here by St. Louis, that's going to be my focus for the moment. I'm going to leave this up and let it go for just a minute while I do some back end work to update some things. There we go. What service offices am I looking at today? St. Louis, Duke, bear with me just a little bit longer here, folks. I gotta take an eyeball on this and figure out what all. That's Memphis. Nashville's not in. Paducah's covered. I've already got that. Just the warning ticker I use, I don't use a nationwide feed. Otherwise, you guys would never hear it. It would never stop during severe weather outbreaks. So I try to focus. I'm gonna kind of think about how I want to do this. I'm going to leave La Crosse and Minneapolis in this just because who knows what might happen. So let's go back to St. Louis. That's getting awful close to the radar site too. Part of the reason we've got such a great view of this. Okay, this little area right here, just right along I-70, right where 61, 64, and 70 come together up there in northwest St. Louis. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so we're going to watch that. You're going to hear the timer go off again. I apologize, y'all. So
Attention, a new tornado watch has been issued.
Let me mute that real quick. You're going to see it all pop up again, but I had to restart the software on the back end to make sure it was updating for the updated National Weather Service offices. I added this area down here in the Mid-South. So Memphis, Little Rock, though kind of hesitated on Little Rock. I mean, this whole area that's in the purple in Arkansas, that is National Weather Service Memphis. Pocahontas, Walnut Ridge, Newport, Augusta, Dysart, Brinkley, Clarendon, Stuttgart, and DeWitt, you're all National Weather Service Little Rock. I did not add it in. I seriously thought about it, but I didn't. This is all, like I said, hey, what's this? It's updated our severe thunderstorm watch out here across western Missouri, southwest Kansas, northeast Oklahoma, northwest Arkansas. But yeah, I added in these National Weather Service offices so that these pop up as well. Because I have a feeling that's going to happen a lot faster than any of us really want to think about. So I'm going to switch over here to the Evansville radar. Only you're getting some hail right now, mostly on the south side, but there is definitely hail in that storm. Severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect for another 20-something minutes, 26 minutes. Ping pong ball sized hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds moving east at 35. So areas out here right along US 50. That's going to be a bumpy ride from Olney to Lawrenceville to Vincennes all the way over to Washington. What I will point out, though, is you can see down here from about Wayne City, Indiana, or Illinois rather, sorry, Illinois Fairfield, up towards Parkersburg, and there's a little bit of a junction right here, going on south of West Salem over to Allendale, Decker, Monroe City, up to Washington. That little fine line, that's the outflow from these storms. That will choke off their warm, juicy inflow that would give them the storm fuel they need to keep going. So that is the plus side there. We have another severe thunderstorm warning that popped up out here for Pettis, Saline, Lafayette and Johnson counties until 3:45. Severe thunderstorm near Oak Grove, moving east at 40. 1 inch 60, standard drill. So let's go back over here to St. Louis. I don't trust this storm much. So the storm is a hot mess, and it's so close to the radar. I'm surprised we don't actually have a better view of it. And again, the radar I wish we had was the terminal Doppler here at St. Louis, TSTL by St. Charles. The terminal Dopplers are amazing little radars. But this area right here, County Road P and Guthrie Road, that's the area I'm watching. That's going to move up towards St. Paul, eventually up towards Firma in Missouri. That's the area that shows the most pronounced interest, or things that catch my eye, however you want to say that there. Just looking at my software, making sure it is running the way it's supposed to be. Oh man. Welcome to Black Sheep Weather. Oh, wow. I didn't think today was going to be quite this crazy, but I should have known it was going to be, but I didn't. Actually, I did. I just didn't think it was going to happen quite this early. That's the difference, is how early it's happened. There we go. How did I just manage to cut off my own head? That's kind of amazing. There we go. Okay. Our alerts are caught up, so I can unmute that. There we go. Oh. I'm a wee bit surprised we haven't seen more discussion of the Storm Prediction Center, but at the same time, I'm kind of not. So areas out here towards Columbia. The most intense part of the storm is over Columbia. It's going to move right along I-70, eventually reaching over towards Kingdom City and Fulton. Up towards Hallsville and Centralia and Sturgeon, you're getting some storm, you're getting some lightning, but not anything severe at the moment. The biggest and strongest part of the storm is going to move right over Columbia and the University of Missouri. We have more storms developing behind. We have our severe thunderstorm warning out here towards Concordia.
New information, this tornado
Jump
warning
back
has
into
been
St. Louis real
updated.
quick. I apologize. It's got an update on this morning. Over St. Paul, moving northeast at 50. Okay. So let me switch back to the radar. Yeah, that would be this area right in here. So let's see if reflectivity shows anything, or velocity data shows anything. Not really. But again, it's so noisy and it's right on top of the radar. That's why I'm a little kind of scratching my head. I'm like, it's so contaminated. Just so much ground clutter. I wonder if I can clean that up at all. Bear with me here. A little sausage time. There. Okay. And it doesn't help in the velocity data, I don't think. Nope. Can't adjust it. That's okay. Really? Okay. From St. Louis. Okay. So what does... They're offset, but So watching this area out here by Columbia, just to the north of the University of Missouri. Mizzou campus, you're going to get the tail end of this. Let's switch products here real quick. So here's the Mizzou campus right here. You're going to miss out on most of this. Most of it's going to go north across Columbia itself along I-70. But the St. Louis radar is picking up a spot of rotation right here. And the Kansas City radar shows it all the way up here, but that's not surprising. It tends to, as you get farther and farther from the radar, it will become more and more difficult for it to accurately view things, because what happens is the radar beam goes up at a very slight angle, but it eventually goes higher and higher and higher. And we look at different tilts. You'll hear us talk about tilts or slices. And so that's what we're talking about. But as you get farther and farther out, the storm does not just go perfectly vertical, the storm will lean. And so what happens is, if you're farther away, you're looking at the storm up here, but where it's out on the ground is here. So you see that rotation out here, and that's where we start seeing the kind of skew and where things are. And so that's why I was looking at both radar sites. The storm's out from Butler in Missouri all the way back down towards Fredonia, Kansas, and Neodesha. Those are no longer severe warned. So things have kind of quieted down in the meantime.
New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
That's what I get for opening my mouth. All right, so that's that severe thunderstorm warning. It still includes Bloomington. Storm is 7 miles southwest of Bloomington. Oh, okay, sorry. So the time, only 3:56 is 3:11. Never mind. Eastern time zone. They're in Indiana. So it's a thunderstorm warning out here for Richland County in Illinois. That's near Olney, moving east at 45. It looks like they did put in a flood advisory for the areas around Shelbyville. So Christian and Shelby counties, including Pana, Shelbyville, Tower Hill, Herrick, Rosamond, Oconee, and Lakewood. So that's kind of the top part of this. It kind of goes under the flash flood warning for Woodbury, Cowden, and Strasburg in Illinois. But then it adds in the areas of Shelbyville and Pana. Columbia, that storm is on you. News for thunderstorm warning that stretches into Missouri, and that will include Sedalia and Green Ridge and Windsor, and that is for this still north of Calhoun. We have another storm north of Warrensburg. I guess this is all Missouri. I thought that was the Kansas line. I apologize, y'all. North of Warrensburg and White Air Force Base, you've got Concordia, Sweet Springs. In that area, you are under a severe thunderstorm warning as well. Let's switch radar sites to get a better view of that. That's this area here. It's got that warning. Warrensburg, you're not in the warning, but I would not be surprised if areas from Warrensburg over towards Knob Noster.
New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated. Attention, a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
So Columbia, you've got that severe thunderstorm, quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-an-hour wind gust. Columbia and Midway now. Murray and Hallsville about 3:30 includes Finger Lake State Park and the Jewel Cemetery Historic Site. And mile markers 115 to 133 for those of you traveling on I-70. St. Louis, what do we have over here? Got a storm doing goofy things. That's what it's doing. Tornado warning remains in effect for a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado over Josephville or over St. Paul. Moving northeast at 50, quarter-sized hail and tornado are the primary threats. So we're looking at this area right in here. But we're also looking at this area right in here. There's two different areas. And just, Fallon, if you're hearing thunder, or hearing rain or seeing rain, it's because there's a cell trying to develop down here just to your west. This is the area right here, right along 79. Going up from 70 towards Old Monroe, just east of St. Paul. That's the area I would be most concerned with right now. And we've got more warnings out here in the Indiana side of things. Let's jump over here real quick.
New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
Okay, and that's just the update to the Columbia warning. So Bloomington, you're still in this severe thunderstorm warning. Guthrie and Bedford, it points east towards Nashville and Freetown in Indiana. Eventually Seymour and Columbus, Indiana, you will get in on this storm as well. Owensburg and Crane down towards Bedford. You are in a different severe thunderstorm warning. That storm will move in towards Ulitic and Bedford as well. Northwest side of Bloomington, you just got dropped from that severe thunderstorm warning. And then down here, sorry, I just noticed the radar is hallucinating. Dover Hill, Shoals, and Logotee, right here. Areas right along US 50, moving towards Mitchell. You're in a severe thunderstorm warning as well. These are all for 60-mile-an-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. Curious why it's picking up that rotation there north and east of Washington.
New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
I mean, I suppose it could be there, but I'm not really seeing it. And that was the update for that one. Okay. Whew. Okay, so we still have our tornado warning down here near St. Paul, Missouri. But National Weather Service St. Louis has now extended the severe thunderstorm warning quite a ways to the north and east. So Old Monroe to Winfield down to St. Paul. I have to look at this because there's two different severe thunderstorm warnings here. Okay. That is one warning. That will expire in 13 minutes. Downstream of that, so Batchtown to Brussels, to St. Peters, to St. Charles, Old Jamestown, to Alton, Wood River, Godfrey, all the way up to Jerseyville, almost all the way up to Carrollton and Greenfield in Illinois. New severe thunderstorm warning for y'all for 43 more minutes, and that is for that same severe thunderstorm moving east at 50. Quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-an-hour wind gust being the threat there. Okay. KC. Which this is, I know what this is. Looking at split again. Yeah, Springfield. So I'm looking at the storm out here by Windsor, moving up towards Sedalia. Eventually, the storm will hit Sedalia. There's a little tiny sliver of a special weather statement up here north of Cole Camp. And that is because this area is National Weather Service Springfield, Missouri, whereas Windsor, Green Ridge, and Sedalia, you're all being covered by National Weather Service in Kansas City. Sweet Springs and areas north and east of Warrensburg, Concordia, Sweet Springs, Houstonia, you're still in that severe thunderstorm warning for another 27 minutes. Quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. And behind that, we have a severe thunderstorm warning. Looks like that just got issued too. Yep. For southwestern Henry and central Bates County in west central Missouri near Rich Hill. $50 sized hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. So that's hail to 1 1/4 inches and 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. Let's look at that from a better view. And that is these two cells. And that's that same line that was warned, had parts warned earlier, kind of fizzled, now it's starting to come back together some. Now look.
New information. This tornado warning has been updated.
And they radically shrink that warning down. All right. So tornado capable of producing a tornado near St. Peters, moving east at 45, quarter-sized hail and tornado. St. Peters, O'Fallon, Cottleville, St. Paul, Dardenne Prairie, and Lake St. Louis about now, and St. Charles at 3:25.
Attention, a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
We're going to jump back into Illinois because things are getting a little more serious over here. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning for Lawrence County, Illinois until 4 p.m. That storm is 11 miles southeast of Olney with golf ball sized hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. So we're getting hail now to 1 3/4 inches. And that is a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. And looking at Paducah radar, watching this area south of Marion, down towards Karnak, north of Mound City, over towards Cape Girardeau, Chaffee, and Advance in Missouri. This area is starting to develop. That is right in that northwestern side of our PDS tornado watch. So that's going to be bearing watching. Looks like we might have some shower activity trying to get going up here.
Attention, a new radar indicated tornado warning has been
And they're going to
issued.
extend that across the river. Okay. Yep. That's exactly what they did. So we have a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado near St. Peter's, moving east at 45. And what St. Louis did is they just carried that right across the river. St. Peter, O'Fallon, or St. Peter rather, O'Fallon and Cottleville at 320. So now St. Charles 325, Orchard Farms, Hazelwood, and Bridgerton at 330. And then Campville, Golden Eagle, Deer Plain, and Delhi also affected by this storm. 1-inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds also associated with this severe thunderstorm and the tornado warning. Sorry about that, y'all. I wasn't sure if I could silently pull that off, and I couldn't. That was a pop bottle being opened because it's going to be a long, long evening, I can tell. Originally thought when our severe thunderstorm warning up here in northern Iowa is gone. A little bit of thunderstorm activity up here towards Waterloo. I mean, there's still some scattered showers up here towards Mason City and Northwood, but nothing severe. And as I was saying, I really honestly thought that the super severe risk would be Burlington to Peoria, Burlington, Iowa to Peoria, Illinois, over towards Watseka, and then over towards like Logansport, Indiana, and south. But the morning convection really worked this area over. They're not. I would not say you're out of the woods. So if I just mentioned your area, so if you're in that area north of I-72 in Illinois, and US 36 in Missouri, and you're south of Interstate 80 in Illinois and Iowa, you are not out of the woods. You're starting to see some recovery back here. Temperatures are starting to come up into the mid 70s. The time was up here at 75.
New information, this tornado warning has been updated.
We updated it again. Oh no, we're closing out the tail end of this one. That's what it is. Okay. Severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect until 3:30 for about another 8 minutes for north central St. Charles County. That's that storm near St. Peter's. And not gotten, we did get an update. 318, golf ball sized hail and 60-mile-an-hour wind gust. That's that way. Only in Lawrenceville, specifically Lawrenceville, and that's eventually going to move into Vincennes, Indiana. So Vincennes, this is your heads up. You're out there traveling on US 50 between Lawrenceville and Vincennes, all the way over towards Washington, Indiana. Now is a great time to get off the road. Pop in somewhere if you can get your car into shelter, stop and have some lunch and watch the storm go by. Butler, Missouri, you're in a severe thunderstorm warning out here. I was just issued a few minutes ago for Henry and Bates County. And that's going to be areas around Clinton, Butler, Rich Hill, Deepwater, Montrose, Foster, Brownington, Worland, Ladue, and Truman Lake in Missouri. And then still have our severe thunderstorm warning up here. It's going to move into Sedalia, one up here by Sweet Springs. Switch radar sites. There we go. Still watching that storm to the northwest of Warrensburg, see if that's going to develop and strengthen. Columbia up towards Centralia. You're still in your severe thunderstorm warning for another 20 minutes. 1-inch hail reports being received from Columbia. Yeah, I'm kind of, if you see me stop and kind of make strange faces, I'm thinking. So what I'm looking at is that area there from Pocahontas, Arkansas, right here, down towards Augusta, down towards Stuttgart. That whole area, I mean, with Donovan and Van Buren, Missouri being in it, this area being in it, I would have come over one county line. And I would have included Randolph, Lawrence, Jackson, and pulled these counties in. I mean, I even, boy, I could have even brought in like Sharp and Izard, or Cave City, Batesville, down towards Searcy. I wouldn't have gone so far as to cover Little Rock. I think Greenbrier and maybe Des Arc would have been about as far south as I would have gone. And as far west as Batesville, Nash Flat, and Searcy, and that's about it. All right, so let's go west to east, or east to west here. I have our area of severe storms out here pretty well put together now from Nashville down through the Hoosier National Forest to Guthrie to Ulitic to Bedford, all the way back to Burns City, north of Shoals, all the way back to Washington, Indiana, Odon. You're not in it in Regalsville, Odon, or Washington or Montgomery. Everywhere else, north and east, you are. And those warnings are in effect here for another 5 minutes for Owensboro. Oh, no, we're going to reissue it. Never mind. Severe thunderstorm 11 miles northwest of Shoals, or 22 west of Bedford, moving east at 50, quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. So if I just said you were in that warning for 5 more minutes, nope, you just got extended. So that does include Odon and Regalsville, back down to Montgomery. Washington, you are just outside of it. Dover Hill, you're in it. Shoals, you are not in the new updated warning. Owensburg, you are. Going backwards, still have our severe thunderstorm warning out here for Lawrenceville. That is still considerable.
Attention, a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
And that is for that storm that is near Sumner, Illinois, moving east at 40. And that storm is producing, where'd it go? Golf ball sized hail. So 1.75 inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. That will do some serious siding damage. Out here in St. Louis, we still have our tornado warning. And that is for that cell that really is starting to look more organized than it was when it was back over southeast Missouri, or in Missouri. It's still messy, though. Oh, man, is that still messy? Yeah, I mean, there is rotation in it. It's terribly muddy. I'm not sure why the St. Louis radar is so muddy on the velocity side, but it is. But there's our rotation up here by Newtown, north and west of Elm Point, south and east of South Shore, Boshertown or Bosherton on Illinois 94 north of 370. And they're going to let that tornado warning for north central St. Charles County expire here in 3 minutes. That storm has moved out, has crossed the river. North and east of Columbia, we have a new severe thunderstorm warning for another hour for Audrain in Callaway County. That is near Murray, or 10 miles northeast of Columbia, moving northeast at 35, 60-mile-an-hour winds, quarter-sized hail being the threats. Thompson, Hatton, Vandiver, Benton Hill, and Rush Hill are in the path of the storm. Still have our storm out here north of Sedalia, up along I-70, just south of I-70. That's going to be areas from Houstonia back up towards Seat Springs. A little bit goes up towards Marshall, up on US 65. Sedalia, you are in line for a severe thunderstorm. That storm is producing 60-mile-an-hour winds and half-dollar-sized hail, so we're up to 1.25 inch hail there. And that storm that was north and west of Warrensburg, put that into motion. You see that storm is really starting to fall apart. It may try to redevelop a little bit farther north and west, but right now that storm is not too intense. Neodesha, Kansas, you're about to get it again. Oh, sorry. I really don't want to tell you that, but it's what it is. You know, severe storm that's going just to your north. Not far enough north because you guys got hit last night pretty hard. Southern Wilson and southwestern Neosho County in southeastern Kansas. That is a storm 6 miles south of Fredonia. Neodesha, Thayer, Altoona, and Buxton in Kansas in the path of the storm. So if you're along Highway 100, or 400 rather, US 400 south of Fredonia, north of Neodesha, 75 north of Neodesha up towards Altoona. Or even if you're along and north there of Neodesha and the municipal airport, 410 Road and areas north there are going to be in the primary path of the damage there. We have got new storms going up quickly now. Out here west of Neosho, Missouri. Looks like another one might be trying to go up here right around Grove, Oklahoma. This activity in southern Illinois is trying, but it's just not quite gotten its collective act together yet, which is good. And there's our severe thunderstorms lined up from Columbus, Indiana, all the way back towards Montgomery, Indiana. Severe thunderstorm warnings run that entire distance. So Montgomery and Shoals, all the way up to Owensburg, up towards Bloomington, Nashville, down to Freetown, just north of Brownstown in Indiana. You're all in that severe thunderstorm warning set. Lawrenceville, Indiana, you were still in a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for golf ball sized hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. Vincennes, you're getting some rain now and possibly some thunder, but the core of the storm is really still back along US 50 in Lawrenceville, but it's moving your way. The severe thunderstorm warning for Richland County has expired as of now. Come back out here to St. Louis to our tornado warning. Over Orchard Farms, or 6 miles northeast of St. Charles, moving east at 45. So that storm's taking a bit of a turn. It was moving more northeasterly. Now it's moving northeasterly. Over Orchard Farms, they said, which is back here. See, now this is where things get a little interesting. Because you've got
new information. This tornado warning has been updated.
You've got this little inflow notch right here, right there north and west of Orchard Farms, north of Blaze. Because argue the same thing here, north of Vans Camp, and even down here by South Shore, you get a little bit of a rotation, it looks like. It looks like Orchard Farm would be the primary area here. I do not disagree with St. Louis issuing that tornado warning for that area of storms. The storm has been trying to come together, just hasn't been successful yet so far, and let's hope it stays that way. And we have got big severe thunderstorm warnings now flying out here, and they keep expanding these. So we have Mexico, Missouri, down to Avaz, up to Rush Hill, Benton City, Martinsburg. So areas along 22, Missouri 22, from Mexico over to Centralia, and then US 54, all the way from Avaz through Mexico, around Mexico actually, all the way over to where it makes that north turn to go up towards Ladonia. And then areas north of Mexico along Missouri 15. You are all in a new severe thunderstorm warning that will expire here in 43 minutes, and that is for quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. And that is that same system that is moving through and out of Columbia. And Columbia, you're not out of it yet. Still have a severe thunderstorm warning near Columbia, moving northeast at 35. Now, this is 15 minutes old, this warning update. But looking at this, there's still storm back here over the north side of Columbia. And given those radar intensities, I would not be surprised if there was some hail in it. Looking downstream for you, Columbia, down here south of Boonville, east of Pilot Grove, southwest of Windsor Place, there's another storm that's quickly coming together. It's got some weak rotation in it south of Boonville, so south of I-70. That's going to be just to the east of Billingsville, southwest of Windsor Place. Some weak rotation in that. Another area of weakness here, Rocheport, just to the south and west of you. But the area down here by Billingsville is the one I would be watching. That's got more of a notch shape that I would expect to see. Look at the storm up here, Sweet Springs to Hestonia. It's going to eventually move over towards Nelson, Arrow Rock, and Blackwater over towards New Franklin and Boonville. You are currently in a severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-an-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. Sedalia, that storm is getting closer and closer to you. At least it looks like it went just south of you. You got lucky. I thought sure shooting you guys were going to get the hail core. Nope, it went south of you. So areas south of Sedalia, eventually over towards Smithton. So along County Road W out there, US 50 going out towards Otterville, over towards Syracuse, down County Road JJ going towards Florence. You're all in the path of that hail core and that severe thunderstorm. Expect that severe thunderstorm warning to get issued out here. Believe that's going to go from Kansas City over to Springfield for the issuing authority. Severe thunderstorm warnings out here for Butler and Appleton City in far western Missouri have been allowed to expire. Laodicea, you're still in your severe thunderstorm warning here. Doesn't look quite as intense as it did. I mean, it's still a strong thunderstorm, but it doesn't look as intense as it did. Still got a pretty good hail core on the north side That's going to be areas up there between, right there between, along 400 between Fredonia and Neodesha. And that is what we have so far on the board. Still nothing in.
Attention, a new severe thunderstorm watch has been issued.
All right. And new severe thunderstorm watch to the north and east of our PDS tornado
New
watch.
information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
And that's going to cover from Indianapolis back to Terre Haute, all the way down to Tell City. And I believe, yeah, it's going to cover a couple of counties. Nope, that is all entirely, no. One county, always interesting to see how they do this. One county in Kentucky.
Attention,
Hancock.
a new considerable severe
Everything
thunderstorm
else is
warning
in
has been
Indiana
issued.
there. From Vincennes down to Jasper to English, all the way back up to Dansville, Indianapolis, Greencastle, and Terre Haute. Vincennes, you are now under a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for golf ball size hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. Got an update on our tornado warning here. Severe thunderstorm warning severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado over Orchard Farms. Moving east at 45. That's that same warning we've been watching since back near O'Fallon in Missouri. It's now over in the Illinois side almost. Alton, you're in that. Godfrey, you're in that. Brighton, you're right on the edge of it. Grafton, you're in it. Elsa, you're in it. Portage de Sioux on the Missouri side. West Alton, Old Jamestown, you were in that, along with Black Walnut, Orchard Farm, Music's Ferry, Murray Croche, and Cul-de-sac. We have more severe thunderstorm warnings out here. I'm going to switch that real quick. I don't know if I believe that. So let's look at this a different way. Columbia, you've got another hail core off to your west, believe it or not. Pilot Grove up towards Boonville, you got a couple of hail cores out there. Sweet Springs, you've got a heck of a hail core just to your east, right along I-70. If you're on I-70 and you're heading west from US 65, heading towards Kansas, I would take a break. See if you can find some place to pull off for a little bit. Let this storm blow by. You don't want to be driving into hail like that. Golf ball size hail will do a heck of a number on your windshield at 75 miles an hour. Green Ridge, south and west of Sedalia. That looks like that one's going to move. Might move north of or south of Sedalia. Might go over. It's going to be interesting to see how that one works out and how it goes. But that one's going to be close. Let's switch out here. Yeah, it's actually
new information. This tornado warning has been updated.
It's already gone through the south and east sides of Sedalia. It's coming up here towards Sedalia Memorial Airport. Smithton, you're going to just miss it. Otterville, it's going to be close. I would be prepared for large hail. And everything else back into Kansas, we only have one warning left. That's that area down by Neodesha. And that's going to be south of Chanute. Another cell. Neodesha, you just missed the hail core. You got lucky on this one. You missed it. You just the far northern side may have gotten a little bit of hail there. It's got another downpour coming in right behind it. Not a lot of lightning with it. Doesn't look like there's much hail, but you guys have had more than enough rain. Yoshomo, we're watching you. We've got a cell trying to develop down here. I mean, you're in that area that's right north of you're well ahead of the front, so you've got undisturbed weather to work with here. Looks like we might have a cell trying to get its act together, get more organized down here. Just to the west-southwest of Cape Girardeau, northwest of Scott City in Missouri. So we'll have to watch that one.
Attention, a new flash flood warning has been issued.
And we have a flash flood warning now. And that is going to be out here in Warrenton. No, that is not. Oh, okay. A flood advisory for St. Louis City and St. Louis County. Where is that? Okay, it's a flash flood warning and said Boone in Missouri. So I'm a little perplexed as to where this is. Boone County, Illinois would make more sense, but it's not. It's not Boone County, Indiana. All right. Areas north of Terre Haute, up towards Tuscola, Illinois, Urbana, Rantoul, Danville, over towards Chrisman and Paris, Illinois. Here, a special weather statement for strong gusty winds behind these thunderstorms. We're getting a gradient wind behind them, so that's what's happening there. And you have that storm that is moving to the south and east of Sedalia. I have a new severe thunderstorm warning issued by Springfield. Tennis ball sized hail and 60 mile an hour wind gust with the storm moving east at 70 miles an hour. Now that's going to be this area right here. And Kansas City just wrapped their warning around it too. And they are saying radar indicated 60 mile an hour wind gust and $50 sized hail. And that warning will go all the way from Sedalia and Smithton, Otterville up to Bunston, to Prairie Home, to Windsor Place, to Boonville, to Rocheport, to New Franklin, and Pilot Grove. So for those of you playing at home, Columbia, guess what? That's y'all. And there's that flash flood warning. Boone County, that is actually an EM report. It's our emergency management has reported it. So Columbia, Centralia, Ashland, Hallsville, Sturgeon, Rocheport, Midway, Murray, Easley, Harrisburg, Hartsburg, Lupus, McBain, and Wilton, and the following Missouri State Parks: Rock Bridge, Finger Lakes, and Jewell Cemetery Historic Site. And that's also going to affect I-70. And that's going to be I-70 between mile markers 115 and 133. So if you are driving in the Columbia area, or if you're heading east from St. Louis and you're heading out towards Columbia, go ahead and take a break. This would be a good time, if you can, to delay your travel a bit. You got some strong severe thunderstorms moving through, and we just got a new tornado warning for Mexico, Missouri,
New
for
information.
and Callaway
This
counties.
severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
Have a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado 6 miles east of Murray or 11 miles south of Centralia, moving east at 35.
Attention, a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Storm. Right here. If we look at our velocity data, that would be it right there. So Mexico, that's going to be close. Van Driver, Benton City.
Attention, this flash flood warning has been updated.
You're definitely going to watch this storm. You have to. Another little pocket of rotation up here, just north on the northeast side of Columbia.
Attention, a new radar indicated tornado warning has been issued.
Too. Otherwise, I got to switch radar sites because St. Louis is just a cluttered mess out here. There we go. Yeah. The vortex signature, it's picking up a vortex signature here north of Smithton and east of Sedalia. I don't see it. I would be much more concerned about this cell out here. It's going to move up towards Mexico. Though, that rotation out here that it's seeing north and east of Columbia, that's showing up in both the St. Louis and the Kansas City radar. So that's definitely another one we're going to have to watch. Speaking of watching, we have our tornado warning that just isn't really moving. I mean, the storms aren't really moving. Like we've been talking about Portage to Sioux and down here towards Hazelwood and St. Charles. This whole area, we've been talking about this for a while. What's that storm moving at? East at 45. Okay. I don't think so. I'm going to put this into motion. I guess it is. It's back building. That's what it is. It's back building down here. So it seems like it's not getting anywhere. All right. So let's take a look at our updated warnings out here. Seymour, Indiana. You are now in a severe thunderstorm warning. So southeastern Brown, southwestern Bartholomew, Lawrence and Jackson counties in south central Indiana. Severe thunderstorms along a line from 9 miles southwest of Columbus to 11 miles west of Brownston to near Shoals, moving east at 25, quarter-sized hail, and 60 mile an hour wind gusts. Farther back towards Odin and Shields, that warning is going to be allowed to expire. Vincennes, you're still in that severe thunderstorm warning. It's still considerable for golf ball sized tail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. So that runs back to Lawrenceville through Vincennes. So areas around Monroe City, Freelandville, Edwardsport, and Bicknell in Indiana up towards Sanborn. And then Lawrenceville and points just to the east of the Wabash River there in Illinois. Flash flood warning. And that's going to cover for areas around Vandalia. That's new. Actually, no, it was updated, confirmed. That's what it is. Okay. Effingham, you're getting some more storms. Nothing severe right now, just some heavy rain, but you guys are already at a flash flood warning, so that's not going to help. Looking a little bit farther north, just north of Jacksonville, Illinois, south of Virginia. I got a thunderstorm starting to go up. Another one back here to the south and west of Mount Sterling. Solid line from Paris, Missouri, all the way up to Quincy in Illinois. Another cell south and west of New London, and another cell north of Bowling Green and west of Louisiana, Missouri. And let's take a look at our storm out here near Mexico. That storm is definitely starting to look a bit more menacing. I'm still watching this storm out here, right here in Missouri, down by Columbia. So here's Columbia. Here's the Mizzou campus, Missouri, University of Missouri. And then here's that weak area of rotation that's there. And then here's the other area of rotation. Let's switch radar sites real quick. You can still kind of see it here. It's not as pronounced as it was. This area is not nearly as pronounced, but we're also getting quite a bit farther away from radars there. Okay. National Weather Service Paducah has issued a special weather statement for areas around Cape Girardeau, Missouri, down towards Scott City and Commerce in Missouri, back to Benton. And that's going to include Tams in Illinois, Jonesboro, Vienna, Cypress, Karnak, up to Creel Springs, and New Burnside up to Marion. They are watching this area for thunderstorm development, and showers and thunderstorms are developing along a line from Dongola
Attention,
to near
this
Chaffee.
flash
Movement was
flood warning
northeast at
has been
45.
updated.
This area is in the zone of concern for rapid development for severe storms in the next hour or two, so remain alert for possible warnings. This is all coming from the National Weather Service Paducah. And this does include Cape Girardeau, Marion, Jackson, Scott City, Anna, Chaffee, Jonesboro, Marble Hill, Vienna, Orrin, Benton, Bollinger Mill State Historic Site, Trail of Tears State Park.
Attention, a new radar-indicated tornado warning has been issued.
And I'm going to jump out of that real quick, but you see the area there. The reason I'm jumping out is we have a new tornado warning out here for that rotation just to the north and west of Columbia. Near Murray or 9 miles east of Columbia, moving northeast at 40, radar indicated rotation and quarter-sized hail. So that is this area right here. This is looking at it from the Kansas City radar. Let's look at that from the St. Louis side. And there's that. Oh, same rotation. Oh, excuse me. Whew. Oh, man, that was completely unexpected. Oh, sorry about that. Whew. And just looking here. Okay. So I got our tornado warning out here towards St. Louis. Just want to peek at that real quick. Yeah, nothing really warned appropriately, but there's nothing that really jumps out and says big and
New
scary.
information, this tornado warning has been updated.
Okay. Yeah, it's kind of like which of the radars do you want to use? So we're seeing the rotation on both radars. Kansas City is looking higher, so that's why their area of rotation is shifted a little bit farther to the east. Same with this area that's now, they're showing it due south of Mexico on 54, US 54, but let me jump over to the St. Louis radar. And there's a weaker area of rotation. That's still west of 54. That's going to be moving northeast. That's going to go right around the 54 bypass up towards Van Diver and the Mexico airport. I'm much more concerned about this area of rotation down here by Murray. That would be, yeah, right here. I'm going to actually focus on that here for just a little bit. They updated that warning in St. Louis. Just confirm. Yeah, that warning goes for another 10 minutes. It'll be interesting to see if they extend that or not. I'm just going to look at the radar here. Is that St. Louis? Yeah. The rotation is really not there anymore for that storm. Still severe, but okay. That is a new severe thunderstorm warning just got issued for Howard and Cooper counties in west central Missouri. And that is going to be for half dollar size tail and 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. And that was reported by an automated weather station. Curious. There's a little rotation out here, very broad rotation north of Otterville. If that's on the backside of the storm, I'd be more worried about what's this little notch down here along US 50 down to the east of Otterville. Sedalia Airport reported a 58-mile-an-hour wind gust with these storms, so it just touched severe. Got a pronounced hail core to the north and east of Otterville. Nelson, you've got a strong storm coming at you. Same with Blackwater. Yeah, it's this area right here between Jackson and Cape Girardeau. You'll hear me refer to it as Cape. That's what the locals call it. You'll hear it referred to as Cape. So I'm going to do a quick east-west because the tornado warnings are in the west. So we're going to focus on those at the end. Indiana, we are looking at more split severe thunderstorm warnings. Bedford to Mitchell, over to, what is that? Mono, over to Little York, Plattsburgh, all the way up to Seymour, up to Christiansburg, through Maumee, over to Zelma and Holtonville. You're in a severe thunderstorm warning. And for Brown, Bartholomew, Lawrence, and Jackson County in Indiana, that goes until 5:30 Eastern. For the warning just to the south, that's going to go to 5:15, and that is for that storm that's 12 miles northwest of Salem, moving east at 40. The difference for the timing there is this is all, the area up to the north is issued by National Weather Service Indianapolis. The southern part here between Bono and Little York, that is issued by Louisville. So that's why you see the different expiration times. Vincennes, you are getting rocked at the moment.
New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
Oh. All right, so right here, just to the east of Plattsburgh, I'm going to switch radar sites. I'm going to see which one's closer. None of them are particularly fantastic. So that's at Tampico. Where's Indianapolis? There it is. Okay, there. Boy, pick your radar site. Pick it carefully. That's right. It's Wilmington. It's all the way out there. Shoot. I'm kind of watching this general area right in here. That is going to be for northern Washington County in south central Indiana for that storm 12 miles northwest of Salem, moving east at 40. They have updated that to being a tornado possible. So that is one we'll have to watch. That is in that severe thunderstorm watch that was issued across southern Indiana. And that does extend into one county of Indiana. Okay. I was looking to see what we have here in terms of additions, subtractions, multiplications, and divisions. So thunderstorm warning for Godfrey, Illinois. That's going to be southeastern Jersey and northwestern Madison counties and northeastern St. Charles and northeastern St. Louis counties and east central Missouri. 60-mile-an-hour winds, quarter-sized hail. That is that same storm we've been watching now. It started out over here by St. Charles and St. Paul in Missouri. Which radar I'm looking at? That looks terrible. There we go. So south and west of Mexico in Missouri. An area of rotation that's starting to look like it's starting to form up here. I'm going to pull over the velocity data. Yeah, right in there. This area right here along County Road Z and north of I-70, so just by Murray, moving towards Youngers. It's going to go north of Hatton, but will eventually go up towards Champ. And we'll go very near to Mexico and Van Diver. That's an area that is really looking suspicious. And that is why the National Weather Service in St. Louis has issued that tornado warning for East Central Boone County. We have another tornado warning for the storm over here by Mexico. The storm will be around Mexico in about 10 minutes. So Mexico, this is your 10-minute warning. Make sure you are in your safe space. Get your shoes on. You are ready for everything. You're in an interior room. If you don't have a basement, if you have a basement, get in it. If you have a bike helmet or a sports helmet, put that on your head. Protect your head. Wear shoes. Boots, ideally. Don't wear Crocs or sandals. You want to wear a solid shoe. If something does happen and you have to be rescued, or if you have to climb out through debris or through tree limbs, you do not want to be doing that in Crocs or open-toed shoes because your feet will get cut up. Now, looking a little bit farther north here, we have the storms out here in Mexico and Missouri, and up here north and west of Columbia in Missouri. We got a line starting to form up now. We got a cell up here by Lewiston and Fulton County in Illinois. This bigger storm up here north of Jacksonville. So if you're in Beardstown, you can look east and see this. Jacksonville to your northeast, Springfield to your northwest, Petersburg to your southwest. Got a fairly good sized cell there. And then we got a solid line really starting to come together from just south of Quincy, Illinois, down towards Hannibal, Palmyra, all the way back down. And that's going to go all the way back to Sedalia. So that will be some storms to watch as they get going. A lot of these are already severe warned or tornado warned. But this area up here, north of the storms by New London and Ashburn, those are newer and those have not been warned yet. So we'll have to see what they do. I'm like, what? Wow, even Lincoln is starting to see that rotation here. South of Mexico. Wow, that radar's quite a ways away. You're looking from this radar site right here at this tornado warning, and you can see it fairly well. So I was kind of surprised. Really? Alton. North side of Alton, up towards Sloan, Upper Alton. Up towards OSF St. Anthony's Health Center and Alton Memorial Hospital towards Milton, Alton Mental Health Center. This storm is trying to reorganize here, so you want to make sure we're watching that one. Yeah. Yeah, just south of Godfrey, between Godfrey and Alton is the area I would be most concerned with right now. Storm by Mexico. The rotation that was north and east of Columbia appears to have loosened up. Do not let your guard down, though. These storms are in an environment where they could easily spin right back up. Still have a couple of tornado or severe thunderstorm warnings, rather. Pardon me, severe thunderstorm warnings in Kansas. One is in southeastern Neosho County until 5 o'clock. So that's going to run here for another hour. 60-mile-an-hour winds and quarter-sized hail, and that's going to be for areas around Thayer. And then Galesburg over to Erie. You've got that another severe thunderstorm warning for another severe thunderstorm. Erie, St. Paul, Galesburg, and Lake Parsons, and that runs until 5. The warning for Thayer runs until 4:15, so that's going to expire here in about 17 minutes if they don't extend it. And St. Louis is starting to see these storms now towards Cape Girardeau. Yeah. Okay. Looks like we might have a cell trying to get going between Dexter and New Madrid. Right now, most of the activity is in south central Indiana, between Seymour to Bedford to Paoli, over towards Salem in Indiana. Vincennes, you're in a pretty substantial severe thunderstorm warning here for quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. They have dropped the considerable tag on that one. Lawrenceville, that warning just expired here for Lawrence County. Flash flood warnings for Effingham up to down to Louisville in Illinois. Not quite to Neoga. Shelbyville, you're in a flood advisory. Vandalia and Nokomis, Ramsey, you are in a flash flood warning that's been observed by law enforcement. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning extending further out into Jersey, Macoupin, and Madison County in Illinois. So that's going to be Gillespie to Staunton on I-55. Brighton to Godfrey to Alton to Bethalto. You're on that new severe thunderstorm warning, and that is for a tornado possible with 60-mile-an-hour winds and quarter-sized hail gusts. That tornado warning is going to be allowed to expire. So for now, we do not have a tornado warning in the Metro St. Louis area. To the west, though, we do still have 2 tornado warnings in effect. One is for Drain and Callaway counties until 4:30, and that is that storm that is now almost on Mexico. Right here, going by Vandiver and the airport. The storm that was tornado warned over here back north and west of Columbia, that has moved into area south of County Road FF and near County Road D, west of Champ. And we've now gotten a new severe thunderstorm warning. That's going to be for the storm that's up here north of Tipton by Bunston. And that warning was originally issued for Cooper County by the National Weather Service in Kansas City. And that's moving northeast at 60 with half-dollar size hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. And St. Louis has just picked that up. And that is going to be for southern Boone, Callaway, and northeastern Monotone County in central Missouri. That storm is 6 miles north of Tipton, moving east at 60 against half-dollar size hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. Jamestown about 415, Easley around 420. This will also affect Cleaver, Sandy Hook, Lupus, Wilton, McBain, Hartsburg, Guthrie, Carrington, and Kingdom City. We'll also include the Jewel Cemetery Historic Site and Rockbridge State Park and Interstate 70 between exits 128 and 155. So it's going to be the south side of Columbia, down to Ashland, Kingdom City, to Fulton, to New Bloomfield, almost over to Mokene, and over to Chamois.
Attention, a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
And that's somewhere in Indiana. So that's going to be over here for Vernon in Jennings County. That's the storms that are farther east, moving east at 35. That's going to be the storms out here by Seymour. They're just continuing that warning off to the east. It'll be interesting to see if they extend that severe thunderstorm watch out towards Cincinnati and Frankfort, Kentucky, down into more of the areas south and east of Louisville, because those storms are starting to move into that area. They might extend that or extend it or issue a new watch. I'm not sure which one they'll do. The storms north of St. Louis are looking much more clustered at this point. It's the storm up here by Mexico that's now going to go up towards Rush Hill. And we've got a different tornado warning now. Oh, there it is. Near Mexico, moving northeast
Attention,
at 45.
a new tornado watch has been issued.
And that's going to be near Mexico now. Benton City and Vandiver. You are going to be in the path of this storm. And that is this storm right here. And I was surprised to see that because there's also another rotation, a little bit like there might be one trying to get started farther back here. That's that same one that was north and west or north and east of Columbia. And it looks like it kind of fizzled. It's still got some rotation in it.
New information. This tornado warning has been updated.
That's the updated warning there. Okay. A teensy little slice of a severe thunderstorm warning back here in south central Neosho County. And that's going to be near Galesburg, Kansas. That will expire here in about 12 minutes. A little bit farther over into southeastern Neosho County, that severe thunderstorm warning runs until 5 o'clock, so that's going to be another 57 minutes. Quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts for a storm that's 9 miles southwest of Erie, moving east at 50. Erie, St. Paul, Galesburg, and Lake Parsons will be in the path of that storm. Just kind of eyeballing everything that's going on here. Okay. So the storms that are developing south and west of Peoria, from Canton down towards Lewiston and Ipava, those storms are not severe at the moment. Not even any lightning. And so right now they're just heavy rain producers. Same thing with the storm west of Beardstown, south of Rushville. Quincy, you just got a nice little thunderstorm. If you're on I-70, 172 between Fall Creek heading north towards Mendon and up on 336, it's a rough drive. It is a rough drive. 72, it's going to be hit and miss. So storms south of 72 in Winchester, another one down towards Milton. That's the east of Pittsfield. Another storm to the west of Pittsfield, reaching down towards Ashburn along the Mississippi River. And then another big cell south of Hannibal down east of New London. That line that runs from Rensselaer and Palmyra in Missouri all the way back up to Coatesburg and Columbus in Illinois. Stoutsville and Monroe City, you've got another storm. We got our tornado warning storms out here by Mexico. And Rush Hill and Ladonia are the two towns I am most concerned about right now. However, having said that, Mexico, I am also concerned about you with this next little cell that's coming in. It's got a nice little finger sticking out of it, and it's showing some rotation in it. It's a weak rotation, but it's moving right for Mexico here. Otherwise, severe thunderstorm warnings for Boone, Callaway, and northeastern Montano County until 5 o'clock. That does include the south side of Columbia and the Mizzou campus. All of that area I just mentioned. For Boone County, you are under a flash flood warning that is emergency management reported and confirmed. So all of Boone County. Farther to the west, you've got some strong storms between New Franklin and Fayette. They're going to move from areas of Missouri 5 north of Booneville. They're going to move over towards 240. Eventually, they'll move over to the US 63 corridor north of Columbia, but it doesn't look like they'll actually move through Columbia itself. And then south and west of Prairie Home, we have another cell that has got a nice little hail core with it. A little bit of a notch going on, but no distinct rotation. And that storm is moving to the east. That's going to be the one that moves into Jamestown, Ashland, across southern Boone County, and over towards Fulton, Kingdom City, and New Bloomfield. Ashland and Piermont down to Mizzou. You prepare for another round of heavy rain. That's not what you want to hear, but that's what's coming at you. A strong thunderstorm up here in Benton County, north and east of Lincoln, Missouri. That's along the US 65 corridor. Another storm down here by Osceola, south and east. Got a few more cells trying to get going up here into northeastern Kansas and far northwestern Missouri, but not anything severe. One severe storm down south of Erie, Kansas. Another one down here by Sarcoxie in Missouri. There's more storms at that starting to back down towards Neosho. And even another one starting to get going in extreme northeastern. Ooh, is that going to be Oklahoma or is that going to be Kansas? That is going to be a good question. It's over by Jay on the US 59. It's going to move towards Bella Vista, Arkansas. I know that's Arkansas. There's the state line. It is in Oklahoma. Just southwest of Southwest City, Missouri. It's right there in that little corner where the three states come together. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning. Is that new? Hannibal to Eldar. Yeah, it is new. Okay. Yeah. This is for Adams and Pike counties in western Illinois, southwest central Illinois, southeastern Madison, northwestern Pike, and northeastern Rawls County in northeastern Missouri. Severe thunderstorm 7 miles south of Hannibal, moving northeast at 45 quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. It's not new, it's just they updated it, and I didn't remember it. We still have our friendly severe thunderstorm warning for the storm near Bethalto. It's 7 miles north of Bethalto. Moving east at 40 quarter-sized hail, 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts.
Attention, a new flash flood warning has been issued.
I missed that one. Okay, bear with me, I'm going to cheat. Okay, there it is. Western Jackson County, Indiana, Lawrence County, Davies County, or Davies County, sorry, in southwestern Indiana, Knox and Martin, until 11 p.m. Eastern. 3 inches of rain have fallen in some areas, and another 1 to 2 inches are possible. So Vincennes, Bedford, Washington Shoals, Mitchell, Bicknell, Lagudi, Odin, Oolitic, Medora, Elnora, Oaktown, Monroe City, Wheatland, Bruceville, Plainville, Sanborn, Montgomery, Edwardsport, and Decker, all covered by this new flash flood warning. Taking a look at the big picture here, I'm going to do a composite. Not my favorite thing to do, but let's get a big picture all at once. It's 4 o'clock already. Holy cow. When did that happen? If you notice, these blue boxes starting to show up out here in west central Missouri. So up here by Warsaw and down here towards Osceola, these are special weather statements being issued. I've heard other people refer to them as a T-Moose or thunderstorm warning because it's not quite there yet, but it's close. Wind gust in Benton County, Missouri. Wind gust of 50 mile an hour and penny-sized hail, moving east at 70. And then for the storm down here by Osceola, that is 14 miles west of Hermitage.
New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been
northeast
updated.
At 45 with winds to 50 miles an hour and penny-sized hail. Both of those storms are right on the cusp of being,
Attention, a new radar-indicated tornado warning has been issued.
All right, we have a big new tornado warning now for eastern Drain, northwestern Montgomery, western Pike, and southeastern Rawls County, and central and northeastern Missouri. Severe thunderstorm 6 miles southwest of Ladonia or 9 miles east of Mexico, moving northeast at 45. Benton Hill, Rush Hill, Martinsburg, Ladonia, Farber, Middletown, Vandalia, New Hartford, Curryville, Spencerburg, Ashley, St. Clement, Eolia, Frankfort, Bowling Green, Terrence, Cyrene, and Edgewood, all in the path of this storm. Okay, it's Vandalia, Missouri. Okay, I was confused. There's also Vandalia, Illinois. That's why I was kind of looking. I'm like, that doesn't seem right. Okay. So that is that same cell we've been looking at down here by Mexico. Let's switch out. Let's look at actual radar here. There we go. And there's that storm just moving to the north side of Mexico too. I don't trust either one of them. But here's that rotation that St. Louis is seeing down here by Rush Hill. Again, I'm still watching this area right here by Mexico, just on the north side, north of 54, 54 comes in. That's going to be
new
Missouri
information.
22.
This tornado warning has been updated.
Drain in Callaway. Huh, this one. Remains in effect for central Drain. And that's going to be until 4:30. That storm's moving northeast at 55. And that is for the storm that's over Mexico. And then we have an update on... Hold on, we have 3 tornado warnings? I'm confused. Hold on. Drain, Montgomery, Western Pike, and Rawls. Okay. 409. Bear with me here. I'm going to jump and grab this real quick. That's the new one. Okay, so they updated this one and... Okay, got it. Sometimes with the updates, it gets a little squirrely to try to keep track of them all. Yeah, southwestern Neosho County, that warning is going to expire. The storm's moved out of the area. It's now into southeastern Neosho County, south and east of Erie. It's near St. Paul, moving east at 40. And that's out in Kansas. And if I'm not talking about your area right now, that's a very good thing. So that means there's nothing going on. And we're getting a watch update on the PDS Tornado Watch that has been issued for a good chunk of the northern lower Mississippi River Valley. So from basically almost St. Genevieve, Missouri, all the way up to Mount Vernon in Illinois, Fairfield, Illinois, all the way over to Princeton, Indiana, down to Owensboro, Kentucky. Is that Kentucky? Yes, it is. All the way down to Hopkinsville, all the way down to Jackson, Tennessee, all the way down to Corinth, just basically all the way down to the Mississippi state line in Tennessee, through Memphis, over to Wynn and Forest City.
Attention, a new flash flood warning has been issued.
And surprise, surprise, we have a flash flood warning that's now going to go under where that tornado warning is for Audrain County in central Missouri. That is radar indicated. And our storm down here north of the Hermitage is now severe warned. And that is for 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail. That was just issued for northern Hickory and southern Benton counties in central Missouri. Springfield, Missouri, you're going to be awful close to a storm that's come up in northeastern Newton, Lawrence County, and southeastern Jasper County. That's 9 miles southeast of Carthage, moving northeast at 40. So that's the storm down here by Sarcox. It's going to move through Mount Vernon and basically follow I-44. So that's going to go right by the north side of Springfield. It's going right by the airport and the weather service there. So they'll get a good eyeball at it. Okay, so what do we got for tornado warnings at the moment? We have two, and those are both the storms right here between Mexico and Bowling Green in Missouri. I'll take a quick peek up here. Let's do that way, do that. Yeah, still got some cells. Rochester down towards Mason City, New Hampton, Iowa. Still got rain showers north of US 12 in the Twin Cities, and that's going to jump. It kind of jumps up towards the US 8 corridor, going up towards Barron and Ladysmith. But that's all moving to the north. Put that in motion real quick so you can see where that's going. Got a heavier band moving through the St. Paul and the East Metro right now, but beyond that, not a lot going on. Stronger storms, and they're just storms, down Rochester, down towards New Hampton and Iowa, and then everything else is down here in southern Illinois, southern Indiana, and central Missouri into southwestern Missouri. And again, we're going to be watching this area: southern Illinois, southeastern Missouri, northeast Arkansas, and western Tennessee, the Purchase Country, western Kentucky, the flatlands, and into southwestern Indiana. That purple is a PDS tornado watch that runs until 11 p.m. tonight. So for y'all down there, it doesn't seem like there's much happening, but you want to keep it that way. Got some storms trying to go up here. They've struggled. They've not really gotten it together. North and west of Paducah, between Vienna, Cape Girardeau, Charleston, Missouri, and Paducah in Kentucky, and Vienna, Illinois, that area. Mm-mm. Yeah, that storm coming in. So that storm is going to come in towards Farber, Vandalia, and eventually it's going to move up towards Curryville and Bowling Green. That storm's looking serious. Yeah, it is. Right there by Farber. There's intermittent hints of rotation of the cell north and east of Mexico, but the structure's right, but the internal guts of the storm are wrong. Now, I'm going to do switch radars real quick. There we go. Maybe a little bit of rotation trying to storm up here formed by Stover, Missouri. Storm structure looks right. It's just very weak, whatever it is. As I say, that gets sharper. I'll wait for that to update here. It'll take it a minute or two. Oh, excuse me. Oh. And I apologize in advance, y'all. There's going to be a lot of yawning. I'm tired. Some of y'all might have seen that on social media that I messed my right knee up pretty bad a couple of weeks ago, about 10 days ago now, and tweaked it again over the weekend. And I can walk on it for about 5 minutes, and then it tries to give out, and I'm grimacing and making noises that should not be made in public. It's because it hurts so much. I made a sneaker of a severe thunderstorm warning up here. I didn't even see it. Huh? Uh, what? Oh, okay. I was like, why is there a severe thunderstorm warning up here? So, again, this is that where we see that dying area of storms and we're getting that downflow. That's what that severe thunderstorm warning is up here in central Michigan. I apologize, I wasn't looking at it. So Grand Rapids down to Hastings to Marshall to Kalamazoo over to Charlotte, almost into Lansing. You're under a severe thunderstorm warning, and that is for storm winds behind the storms, and those could last for 30 minutes or more. And that is 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. And then I'm gonna look at the rest of this. Yeah, and then for the northern part of the lower Michigan, that is for localized areas of winds with storms. And then all of southeastern Michigan from the Thumb all the way down through Detroit to Monroe and Adrian, almost down to Toledo, could see anywhere from 35 to 55-mile-an-hour wind gusts. And that's that gradient behind the storms that are collapsing. Indiana, things are kind of interesting over here with you guys. Got severe thunderstorms lined up, and I mean lined up from Westport to Vernon, down to Lovett, down to Scottsburg, and then that extends all the way back to Salem, to Campbellsburg, to Paoli, and then all the way back up to Seymour. And this whole area is just getting absolutely hammered with heavy rain too. And I think that's going to be the bigger concern through this is going to be the rain.
Attention, a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Where was that? Because I wasn't looking up at it. La Crosse in Iowa. So, okay. So, areas to the south and west of Cresco, Iowa, north of New Hampton, south of Lime Springs along 63. The storm's going to be just north of Alta Vista. There's a severe thunderstorm warning there, and that is for 60-mile-an-hour winds and quarter-sized hail, mostly rural areas of Howard County, Iowa, Vernon Springs County Park, Davis Corners, Vernon Springs, Maple Leaf, Bon Air, and Lourdes are in the path of that storm. So if you're on US 63 and you're heading between New Hampton and headed up towards Lime Springs or going up towards Cresco, I'd take a break. Just let the storm blow through. There's not really much behind it, so another little storm trying to get together here down towards Genoa, right in the far southeastern tip of Minnesota. And that'll be out of Houston County here in a few minutes. Still have our tornado warnings, rather, out here in Missouri. Tornado warning for Mexico hasn't been updated. I'm a little surprised on that one. Because that storm and its rotation has moved well north. It's out of the warning. Now, Mexico, don't let your guard down because you've got more severe storms coming in behind you back here. South of Centralia back towards Hallsville. They're moving towards you, and there's another cell back here towards Harrisburg. Got another storm down here by Lupus that looks interesting. It's not doing anything, but it looks interesting. Down here by Farber, south and west of Vandalia, that's the only storm that really of the tornado warning area here that really, that's the only area I'd be really kind of keeping an eye on. I'm not too concerned about it. All right, and they did issue a special weather statement for extreme northwest Arkansas. And that is for that storm we saw down here by Southwest City moving northeast at 30 with nickel-sized hail. And that will be in Benton County, Arkansas. And that will be areas north and west of Sulphur Springs and southwest City in Arkansas, Benton County.
New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
And one of our severe thunderstorm warnings out here in Indiana has been updated. They're starting to see some special weather statements pop up too. Wilmington, Ohio, Weather Service has issued a special weather statement for southern Ripley, western Switzerland, and western Carroll counties in Indiana and Kentucky. That is for these storms moving out of the Smyrna, Indiana, up towards Vernon, Indiana area. That's an interesting little hook there, or little cutout. Interesting. Huh. Carrollton, Ohio, or Kentucky. Okay. Indiana, things are settling down your way for the most part. So right now we do have a severe thunderstorm warning for Wabash County, Central Edwards County in Illinois, and northwestern Gibson County in southwestern Indiana until 5 o'clock. 60-mile-an-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. Paola, Indiana, that's going to be allowed to expire here at 5:30 Eastern Time. And there's a special weather statement off to the west of, or to the east of that rather, in Salem. And that is for that same cell. It's just 50-mile-an-hour winds and pea-sized hail. So Seymour back towards Mitchell in Indiana. You have a severe thunderstorm warning that's going to be allowed to expire as the storms have moved out to the area.
New information, this tornado warning has been updated.
Yes, it has. Okay. So that's going to be this warning.
New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
Okay, that's the one up in there. Okay. So Drain County, Western Pike, and southeastern Rawls County, severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado over Vandalia, moving northeast at 45. So that's this rotation right here. And that's moving northeast. So that should miss Bowling Green just to the north and west. But Louisiana, you're going to be uncomfortably close to it. And we can see that here as that storm comes together. And that will eventually, yeah, I'll go right up. Probably just miss Louisiana as well, but it's going to be close. And they updated this severe thunderstorm warning up here, unless there was another one I missed. Nope, that was it. $half size hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds radar indicated. So that'd be hail to 1 1/4 inches. Storm's moving to the east-northeast at 35 miles an hour. So Cresco, you will eventually be downstream of this. If it holds together, Burr Oak in Iowa, and then Mabel, Spring Grove, and Caledonia, and Eitzen in Minnesota. Eventually, if it holds together, it pass just to the south of La Crosse and move towards Sparta. And we got wind advisories now for pretty much all of southwestern and west central Michigan into northern Indiana. That's what that big complex of storms that's dying and producing the downdrafts. The severe thunderstorm warning was issued down here for Newton, Lawrence, in southeastern Jasper County in southwest Missouri. And that is for a storm near Sarcoxy, or 12 miles northwest of Monette, moving east at 40 with tennis ball sized hail and 60-mile-an-hour wind. So hail up to 2.75 inches. No. Tennis ball is 2.5-inch hail. 2 3/4 is baseball. Getting a little too big there. Our storm that slowly crawled out of St. Louis has now made it over to Macoupin and Madison counties. That storm, or that warning, will expire here in a minute. We'll see if it gets reissued by Lincoln and or St. Louis. I'm not sure who's going to cover that. That's going to be a tight squeeze, whoever it is. I think it's going to be Lincoln, so they may or they may not. Be interesting to see if they do.
Attention, a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
And that's over in Indiana. Somewhere in this mess. Yeah, it's this one right here. No, 410. No, it's not. Where the heck? Trying to figure out where they issued this watch. It's this one. Okay. Southwestern Martin, southwestern Davies County, southwestern Indiana, near Washington, or 9 miles northeast of Petersburg, moving east at 50. Quarter-size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. I almost want to record something that just says that. So this is going to be for Wabash County, Illinois, Edwards County, Illinois, Gibson County, Indiana. Severe thunderstorm warning continues for a severe thunderstorm near Mount Carmel, moving to the east at 45 with ping pong ball sized hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds.
Attention, a new radar-indicated tornado warning has been issued.
Yes, it has. Oh, no, that's that one. There it is. This is going to be for southeastern Boone, southwestern Callaway, Cole County, and Monotone County in central Missouri. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado 10 miles south of Tipton, moving east at 65. Tornado and golf ball sized hail being the primary.
New information, this tornado warning has been updated.
And that's for this warning. And our warning up here by Vandalia and Bowling Green has been upgraded, or updated. Over Vandalia, moving northeast at 45, still capable of producing a tornado. In St. Louis, if you thought you were done, don't look west on I-70. There's more coming for you. Okay, I'm looking. Springfield, Missouri, you got a nasty storm knocking on your doorstep here. Severe thunderstorm warning until 5 o'clock for central Lawrence County. That storm is near Mount Vernon, moving east at 40 with 2-inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. That storm looks like it will just clip. It's going to follow I-44. It looks like it's going to clip right through the northwest side of Springfield and go up towards Marshfield on 44. Go back up here.
New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
Okay. That's our tornado warning here, south and west of Curryville, east of Vandalia, moving towards areas north of Bowling Green and Missouri. Eventually we'll move up towards Louisiana, Missouri on the river. We have another tornado warning down here for this storm in Boone, Callaway, Cole, and Monotone counties in Missouri. That's a storm capable of producing a tornado 10 miles south of Tipton, moving east at 65 miles an hour. So taking a look at that, moving that storm, that's going to come real close to Jeff City. So Jeff City, Holt Summit, up toward Lake Mikestown, Centertown, Loman, Russellville. I would be watching this like a hawk. And areas down towards Taos, Wardsville, towards Westphalia and Lynn, I'd be watching that storm off to your west too. Everything in this area is moving into an environment that is extremely favorable for upscale growth and severe weather. Thunderstorm is not blown up just to the west of Lincoln, Illinois. Got some lightning in the activity now in southwest and southern Peoria County in Illinois. And there's a line of storms that extends all the way down the Illinois River, right about to Beardstown. Small gap, and then from Maridosia, that goes all the way back, and that goes all the way back to almost Versailles in Missouri. Versailles, Versailles, I'm not sure which one it is down there, so. I said this is going to be a stream for Missouri and Illinois, but boy. Okay, it may wind up. I think it's going to be more of a southern Illinois, Arkansas, Missouri, this area. Yeah. Okay. Southern Illinois. Yeah, some showers develop, but so far, nothing has really gotten organized and stayed together south of 64. So if you're north of 64 and you are east of I-57, so if your area is north and east of Mount Vernon, along 70 there and 50, or 64 and 50. Got quite a line of storms there. But otherwise, there's not much going on behind that. There's a few thunderstorms. Some showers and thunderstorms have tried to develop across far southwestern Illinois, down Marion, Harrisburg, down towards Tams and Cairo, down towards Hickman and New Madrid. Nothing to come of those. And looking farther down, a couple of tiny little showers between Walnut Ridge and Paragould in Greene County, Arkansas.
Attention, a new radar indicated tornado warning has been
Adams
issued.
and Brown. So we're going to go up to Quincy for this one. Yep. So this is a storm that's out of the warning, actually. So we have a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado near Palmyra, Missouri, moving northeast at 30. Another storm is capable of producing a tornado east of Quincy in Adams County, Illinois. So that's going to be this area right here. And so what they're looking at is this storm right here, just to the north of Fall Creek. And then this rotation up here, south of Columbus, east of Quincy, north of Liberty in Illinois. So Mount Sterling, you're going to want to watch this storm. Camp Point, it should go south of you. Rushville, eventually you will be in the path of this storm, farther down the road a ways. And then Lorain to Camp Point to Coatesburg, you would be in the second storm farther behind that is south of Quincy. But that one is also developing to the north. So it's starting to get a little busy out here in east central Missouri and south and west central and southwestern Illinois. Well, west central Illinois. I apologize. I have a bias. I grew up near Peoria, Illinois. So to me, Peoria is central when really it's kind of north. It's the north part of central. Springfield will tell you they're central. Even Effingham will tell you they're central, which I disagree with. But
Attention, a new flash flood warning has been issued.
all right, we have tornado warning update too on the storm coming in towards Jeff City. Tennis ball-sized hail and tornado. And so High Point and Clarksburg near 440, California near 445, Centertown, McGurk, and Russellville in 450, and these are all in Missouri. So Boone County, Missouri, Callaway County, Missouri, Cole County, and Monotone County.
New information,
And that's it.
this tornado warning has been updated.
And unfortunately, these storms up here in western Illinois are not in the best place. They really aren't. Not for radar coverage. So Camp Point over towards Mount Sterling. You're watching this storm that is southwest of Mount Sterling, or it's not southwest of Camp Point, rather, southwest of Camp Point, just south of Columbus. You also want to watch this one down here to the west of Payson. And I'd even be watching developments down here towards Fall Creek and Hannibal. The severe storms are also still moving from New Canton in Missouri to Barry up towards Kinderhook. And that's all in Illinois, actually. I can't see the river because there's so many things going on. So this is all Illinois. I apologize. Kinderhook to New Canton, over to Eldara, up towards New Salem to Chambersburg, Versailles, Meridosia, up towards Mount Sterling in Ripley in Illinois. We're going to jump over here to the updated tornado warning. For the storm 8 miles northeast of Vandalia, moving northeast at 45. Still radar indicated tornado and quarter-sized hail. And that is that cell that's eventually going to try to go just to the north. I mean, the hail core is going to go north of Bowling Green, but that rotation is going to go real close to it. I'll jump down here to our storm. Down here by California, the storm's definitely looks intense, but again, it's not in the best radar location for looking inside of it. So that's the view from there. Yeah, it's there's some hints of rotation down here, but boy, I'm not south and west of California, right in here. I could argue there's another spot right here. Okay, so what I'm going to do, so I could stretch. Whew. Whew. Okay.
New information, this tornado warning has been updated.
Okay, we're still radar indicated over here.
New information,
St.
this
Louis is
severe
gonna-
thunderstorm warning has been
updating all their
updated.
stuff at once. So 8 miles northeast of Vandalia, moving northeast at 45. Indiana, if you want some good news, we have a severe thunderstorm warning in Wabash in Illinois and Gibson County in Indiana for a severe thunderstorm moving east at 45 from St. Francisville or 9 miles northeast of Mount Carmel. The quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. Beyond that, the only severe thunderstorm warnings are way off to the west, or to the east, rather, the east. So we're looking at areas out towards Crothersville, Lancaster, Madison, to Butlerville and Vernon, out in eastern Indiana, almost getting into the Ohio area.
New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
Oh. Severe thunderstorm warning near Cresco, Iowa, moving northeast at 35, 60-mile-an-hour winds and $50 hail. And that's our little cell right here by Cresco. Looking back up here in the Black Sheep home area, so I got some thunder showers moving through from Stewartville back down towards Austin and St. Ansgar in Iowa, up towards Wabasha. Otherwise, a little bit of a heavier shower band moving along I-35E and 494, moving into western Wisconsin. Everything else north of that is just light to moderate rain. There's not even any lightning in it. It's just a good steady soaking rain. Okay. Trying to figure out why that tornado warning up here by Palmyra and Quincy was so dark, and I realized it's because there's gray under it because there's no watch under it. So I'm used to this kind of orangish color, and I'm like, wait a second. All right. We did just get an update on the warning up here by Quincy. Another storm northeast of Quincy is capable of producing a tornado, and we have a storm 7 miles southeast of Quincy or near Fall Creek, moving to the northeast at 40. Quincy, Payson, and Fall Creek. This storm will be near you right now. Quincy Regional Airport about 4:55. Marblehead, Burton, Adams, Liberty, Fowler, Columbus, Paloma, Coatesburg, Mound Station, and La Prairie also affected by this storm. And this will also affect Interstate 172 from exits 2 to 19. I'm not going to say anything about exit 172.
New information, this tornado warning has
Springfield,
been
Missouri.
updated.
We haven't talked about you in a hot minute, so let's do that because we need to. You got a nasty cell coming toward you. You are in a severe thunderstorm
Attention,
warning now.
a new tornado watch has been issued.
Really? Huh? Bear with me for a second. I want to see that come in. What? Oh, watches. That's what I'm looking for. Okay. Let's see this. So they've issued a small tornado watch until 9 o'clock for central Illinois. Several tornadoes and a couple of intense tornadoes likely. Widespread damaging winds with isolated significant gusts to 75 miles an hour and scattered large hail likely with isolated hail to 2.5 inches. That's along that remnant boundary that I was looking at earlier that I thought might get pushed north. The reason that caught my eye is that now includes Decatur, Springfield, Jacksonville, and goes all the way up to Havana, Atlanta, and Farmer City. For those of you in central Illinois, if you're in Peoria or the Twin Cities, Bloomington, Normal, you are not in this tornado watch. Not to say that it can't happen, but you're not in the watch. I'll also point out that anywhere west of the Illinois River, so if you're in Rushville to Lewiston, up towards Farmington, Macomb, Carthage, Burlington, Port Madison, you're not in the watch either. So this is kind of adds to the north a little bit. It picks up areas from Jacksonville up towards Mason City and Lincoln, over towards Charleston, and up towards Danville and Urbana. So just kind of a northwest or northeasterly nudge to account for these storms that are moving out of Missouri. And sorry about that, Springfield. I was talking about y'all. You got the storm coming in here. Nice hail core coming in. Probably can see some decent sized hail out of it. We do not have a tornado possible tag. It is showing 2-inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. You got a little time, so if you want to try to get the car into a parking garage or in the garage or onto the carport, I would certainly try to do that here in the next couple of minutes. If you're in Republic to Billings to Halltown, it's too late. It's on top of you. You're going to have to ride it out. If you're driving on 44, you're almost out of it.
New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
It's been updated. It looks like they dropped the hail size. Nope, I read that wrong. Holy cow. 2.5-inch hail, tennis ball sized for that storm near Republic or near Billings, moving east at 50. Tennis ball sized hail and 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. And that's this storm. And that's moving to the northeast. So yeah, Springfield. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna be able to miss that one. Nope, sorry. So if you're in Republic to Battlefield, up towards Fordland, even if you're on the along and south of 44, especially along US 60, going from Springfield to the east out into the Ozarks there, you're in the path of this storm, and it's dropping monster hail. We're getting tennis ball sized hail out of this. Still have a severe thunderstorm warning farther to the west as well for a storm near Mount Vernon moving east at 40. That one's also got 2-inch hail. And then farther back, severe thunderstorm near Sarcoxy. That warning has moved. That's moved out of that warning. That warning's expired. So let's quick look at our tornado warnings here. Again, bad area. So that storm in California, that storm is definitely showing signs of rotation. It's got the right shape. Right, and there's where the rotation would be. Pull north here. You know what, given where that's at, I'm going to use Springfield. Or Lincoln. Ugh. Okay, maybe we won't, because that's a yucky mess. Oh, man. Okay, there we go. So, there's that storm near Fall Creek.
Attention, a new radar-indicated tornado warning has been issued.
Calhoun, Illinois, Pike, Illinois. That's this one. So we're going to continue that severe thunderstorm warning, or the tornado warning rather, across from Bowling Green, moving northeast of 55. And this is going to go into northwestern Calhoun County in southwestern Illinois, Pike County, west central Illinois, and central Pike County in northeastern Missouri. That storm is over Terrence or near Bowling Green, moving northeast at 55. I-72 between exits 31 and 35 are affected. Hail size is 1 inch, but there is starting to show some signs of rotation in this again, so we want to make sure we are taking this seriously and we are in our safe spaces. And that would be this area right here. It's not terribly clear because of where it is. We're still closer to the St. Louis radar site, but it'd be this area right in here by Bowling Green. I mean, it's literally Bowling Green Terrence right here. So if you know where US 54 crosses US 61 and Bowling Green on Avenue of the Saints, that's where we're talking about. And that's going to move right up 54 towards Louisiana. Eventually, if it holds together, that storm would make it towards Martinsburg, Milton, and Pittsfield in Illinois. We have another area of rotation up towards Payson. Another one that's not showing up as well, at least from the St. Louis radar. Definitely not from the Lincoln radar. Dang. Up here, that's northeast of Quincy. It's going to be up here towards Camp Point. And eventually that's going to move up towards La Prairie, Camden, Huntsville, Brooklyn, Littleton, Rushville. So eventually this is going to move into Schuyler County and western Schuyler County, and possibly even make it up into McDonough County. Speaking of, we just got the update on this tornado near, capable of producing a tornado near Quincy Regional, Union Baldwin Field, moving northeast at 45. Another storm capable of producing a tornado near Camp Point, moving northeast at 45. So Union Baldwin is right here. And then Camp Point, they're looking at this area right in here. So the storm out here by the airport, that would eventually make it up. And given the current path, would pass just north of Rushville in Schuyler County.
New information, This
Camp
tornado
Point, you're
warning
going
has been
to,
updated.
that's going to move up towards Golden. It's going to move up towards Huntsville, Camden, Mendale, Brooklyn. If it holds together, eventually it would move into southeastern McDonough County towards Industry. So that's where those storms are. And then we still have our storm down here, tornado warned. For a severe thunderstorm near Bowling Green moving northeast at 55, that would eventually move up towards Louisiana, Clarksville in Missouri, Pleasant Hill, Atlas, Martinsville, Pittsfield, and Griggsville, Milton, and Pearl in Illinois. Still have our tornado warning down here in Jeff City. Sorry about you guys, Jeff City. I did not forget about you. It's just, the storm is not looking terribly healthy on radar. It's producing some hail, but yeah, tennis ball sized hail, but no tornado. It's tornado possible. So Jeff City, you're going to get some serious hail here. You're going to get pounded. And that's moving in right along US 50. So on the north side there, so we're looking at Jeff City up towards the airport, north of Lincoln University, north of St. Mary's Hospital. So 50 comes in. They mark it as 50 and business 50, which makes no sense. It's just 50. So if you know where Bandana's Barbecue is, the Walmart, Texas Roadhouse, Longhorn, up to the Schnucks, up there along US 50 and business 50 is just a little south of that, up towards the Capital Regional Medical Center, north of that, and then up towards the Missouri River, and then eventually, like I said, over towards the Memorial Airport. That's going to be the area where this hail core is going to move. Springfield, you've still got your nasty severe thunderstorm moving right at you. I think that core may go south. It looks like that one's starting to take a bit of a right turn. Wouldn't count on it, but we can hope for you. Yeah, that definitely looks like it's moving more east. I would say north of 60. So if you're north of US 60, from Republic over towards Brookline to Galloway, back out towards Rogersville, north of that, you're going to see some hail. You're going to see a lot of rain. But the heaviest hail should be south of 60 and north of 14, going towards Nixa and Ozark. And then we still have that storm back there that's moving out of the area around Mount Vernon. That's the one that's moving into Missouri now.
New information, this tornado warning has been updated.
And they just keep clipping away at this warning up here. I'll make sure I have the right one. So the storm in Bowling Green, near Louisiana, moving east at 50. I was just updated. That warning's going to expire at 5 o'clock. Look at that, see what the core of that storm is. Yeah, the rotating core of that storm is actually already across. It's across the river. It's up towards Louisiana. So, I'm not sure.
Attention, a new flash flood warning has been issued.
Why they're holding the area along the river there in Bowling Green up to Frankfort in the warning. So, we have a new flash flood warning. This is a larger one, too. And this is going to be for Adams County, West Central Illinois, Northwestern Pike in West Central Illinois, Central Marion in Northeast Missouri, and Northern Rawls. And that is for 1 to 2 inches of rain that has fallen and 1 to 2 more inches possible. So that will cover Palmyra, Hannibal, all the way down to New London, over towards Fall Creek in Illinois, Kinderhook, Quincy, up towards Camp Point, Clayton, and down to Beverly. If these storms keep producing the way they are, would not be surprised to see flash flood warnings get issued in the area from Griggsville down towards Pittsfield, down to Louisiana, and even as far as Campsville. Springfield, you got a stronger storm that's developed moving towards you. Lincoln, you're just getting it. Peoria, you got a strong storm moving right over you. Well, you got some serious rain coming over you. I wouldn't call it severe. Lightning in it really. There's a couple of strikes up towards Chillicothe and Spring Bay. But otherwise, there's a little bit of lightning south and east of Canton. But otherwise, what you've got is just some heavy rain. The primary tornado threat is going to be south and east of the Illinois River, south of Canton. So Manitou to Havana, back down towards Beardstown, and south and east. You're in that tornado watch. What radar is that that's showing that? Okay. Every once in a while, the spin indicator goes a little crazy. So Indiana, let's talk about you. We haven't talked about you guys in a minute. Washington, Indiana. For southwestern Martin and southern Davies County, 6 o'clock Eastern, the warning will continue. Severe thunderstorm near Washington moving east at 50, 60-mile-an-hour winds, and penny-sized hail. Otherwise, our only other warning in Indiana is out here towards Smyrna, Lancaster, and Madison and North Madison, sorry. And that's going to be for Jefferson County. That storm is weakened, and they're going to let that warning expire at 6 o'clock. Sorry, I saw the airport out here. I'm like, that's an airbase. And that's how proving ground
Attention,
sound. Like,
a new radar-indicated tornado warning has been issued.
And they're going to continue this warning out. Where'd it go? Okay. 1, 2, 3. Which one's the new one? They're starting to overlap them, which makes it really hard to tell where they are. 25, 35. That's not it. That's the one Quincy. Okay, so which one is it? Okay. Okay, what the hell? 4:54, there it is. East Central Drain and Southwestern Pike, 5:15 p.m. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado 5 miles south of Vandalia, moving east at 60. Vandalia, New Hartford, Curryville, Ashley, and St. Clement. Why do I feel like I've talked about this places already a few times today? And so that's going to be this storm back here that's coming out of the area around Ladonia up and north of Wellsville. And so they're looking here. Which radar is that? That's the wrong radar. There we go. So we're looking at this little weakness right in here. Rowland County or W south of Vandalia. Got a signature here on Louisiana that's a little spicy. And still got a little bit of a spicy signature up here. North and east of Payson. South of Union Baldwin Field. So if you know where the airport is in Quincy, it's actually a bit out of town. So it'll be just south of that. The rotation up towards Camp Point, I can kind of see it. It's just not into the good viewing of the Lincoln radar sighting, fortunately.
New information, this tornado warning has been updated.
Adams, Brown, Miller, Marion. Okay, so that's going to be the same. So we just got the update here over Golden now. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado moving northeast at 45. Golden and Clayton around 5 o'clock. So that's going to be this little corner. So those of you in Schuyler County, Illinois, if you're listening to me, you're about to probably get a severe thunderstorm warning, or a tornado warning rather, for areas north and west of Rushville. So Littleton to Brooklyn to Huntsville to Camden. You're going to get a severe thunderstorm or a tornado warning most likely here in the next little bit. I have a new severe thunderstorm warning just got issued by National Weather Service in Lincoln for Cass, southeastern Schuyler, southwestern Mason, and northwestern Morgan counties in Illinois until 5:45. Severe thunderstorm 8 miles south of Beardstown, moving to the northeast at 50 with 60-mile-an-hour winds and quarter-size hail. And St. Louis has just issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for northern Lincoln, southeastern Pike, and northern Montgomery County. And that's for severe thunderstorms along a line from 8 miles north of Vandalia, Missouri, to 10 miles southeast of Wellsville, moving east at 60 with quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. Those storms from Montgomery City and Wellsville over towards Ellsbury and Silex and Eolia do have a tornado possible tag on them.
Attention, a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Oh, that's what I already did. Severe thunderstorm warning remains in effect until 5:15 for southeastern Brown and northeastern Pike counties in west central Illinois. Severe thunderstorm near Griggsville, or 10 miles north of Pittsfield, moving northeast at 60 with quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. So that would be this storm right in here. So I'm going to switch radar sites real quick to Lincoln. I'm going to jump out of that. So we're getting all these warnings all of a sudden is a line of storms that really extends from west of Jefferson City, Missouri, right all the way through to, I mean, really the storms extend all the way to Peoria and beyond to the north. But the severe storms really stop about Havana, Browning, up towards Chandlerville and Newmanville in Illinois.
New information, this tornado warning has been updated.
Calhoun Pike, okay. That's this one. So the tornado is now, the severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is 6 miles east of Louisiana. So that's going to be I-72, exits 31 to 35, Louisiana, Pike, Clarksville, Atlas, Eldara, Pleasant Hill, Martinsburg, Nebo, Independence, Pittsfield, New Salem, Time, Pearl, Milton, Detroit, Griggsville, Bedford, Montezuma, Florence, and Valley City. And these are all almost all in Illinois. It's northwestern Calhoun County, Pike County in western Illinois, and central Pike County in northeastern Missouri. And that little piece of northeastern Pike is right there. Now, Bowling Green, you're thinking, oh, we're out of this. No, you're not. You got another tornado warning coming right up behind you. And that is for a tornado or tornadic thunderstorm 5 miles south of Vandalia moving east at 60. So that's this cell. It's going to move right at you too. So you got plenty going on. So let's look down here, Jeff City. We haven't looked down here in a bit. Jeff City, that storm has lifted. That storm has lifted to the north, which is good because it looked like there for a while the hail core was going to go right through y'all. Do have some rotation though, north of Elston. So if you're in the
New information, this tornado warning has been updated.
thank you. St. Martin, 6 miles northwest of Jeff City, moving east at 60. Oh, look, right here. Right where I was talking about. And this storm does have baseball-sized hail as well. So what we're looking at right here, this is our area that we're most concerned with. Shows up much better in storm relative right here. So this area moving towards Holt Summit, it's going to go really across the north edge of the Jefferson City metropolitan area. And so that's going to cross 63.
Attention, a new severe
And that's
thunderstorm
going to go up
warning
towards
has
Holt,
been
like I said,
issued.
Holt Summit. If it continues a little bit of a northerly drift, Lake Mikey Town might see it. North Jefferson and Cedar City, you guys might see the very tail end of it, but I wouldn't be too worried about it. Looks like we got a news for thunderstorm warning down here. Yep, just issued for northwestern Miller and southeastern Morgan County in central Missouri. 7 miles south of Versailles, moving
Attention,
northeast
a
at
new
60
radar
with half
indicated
dollar size
tornado
tail and 60
warning
mile an
has
hour
been
winds.
issued.
Ooh, vacation country, Lake of the Ozarks, Eldon, Versailles, Laurie, Barnett, Gravois Mills, Olean, Rocky Mount, Ederville, and Aurora Springs all in the path of that storm. And we still have our severe thunderstorm warnings across from Aurora and Monette in Missouri to Crane, all the way up to Springfield, all the way up through Missouri 13, almost up to Bolivar, and then all the way up over to Buffalo on the 65 corridor. So if you're on I-44 between Lebanon and Springfield, or if you're on Missouri 5, north of Mansfield, north of 60 there going towards Lebanon, it might be a good time to pull over and have yourself some dinner first. Okay, I'm just looking to see if we're going to get an update on this storm out here by Jeff City. Yeah, both radars see it and rotating. Uh, hmm. North of Lake of the Ozarks, north of Osage Beach, to the east of Gravois Mills, southwest of Eldon. A little bit of a circulation trying to develop there with this cell by Barnett. So that's one I'll be watching as well. So far, knock on wood, we have not had any confirmed tornadoes yet today. I'd like to keep it that way too. Today's one of those days where it could be really bad. Okay. St. Louis, you were quiet for now. And I say that for now. Okay, I'll do a quick composite peek here. Okay. Things that catch your eye sometimes. I'd be watching this area, south of Olney, down towards Carmi in Illinois, over to McLeansboro. I'd be watching these storms. They're going to be running through rain-cooled air from the storms that have already gone through, but what I'm more worried about is some of these, like the south cell down here by McLeansboro. I mean, that's already starting. I mean, these are already starting to show the curve shape. Same with this one up here by Mills Shoals. Anything that develops Farmington down towards West Plains in Missouri, even Doniphan, Poplar Bluff, Greenville, up towards Perryville, Fredericton, Farmington, St. Genevieve. Anything that develops in that area is going to be moving into an absolutely primed environment. So I'm going to be watching as much of that as I can. Okay. Ooh. Oh, remember I said there was a heck of a storm up here by Versailles? Versailles, however you want to say it. 39 minutes ago, 3 miles north of Versailles, 3.5 inch hail measured. So that is a measured, observed. There was a photo attached, all that good stuff. Eldon, you need to be ready for a severe storm now. And that storm has $half sized hail, but that doesn't jive with that. So, boy, oof. So the tornado warning for Jeff City that will expire here at 5:15, so in about 8 minutes. And I'm just waiting for them. I'm actually waiting for the issue of the downstream towards Gasconade and Herman. If they don't, I will be shocked and appalled. All right, we have new severe thunderstorm warning in Illinois. I was not expecting this one. 1 inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. And that is for an area from Havana to Astoria. So this is, boy, I just brain farted my counties. Fulton, southwestern Tazewell, northern Mason, and southwestern Peoria counties until 5:45. Storm is near Bath, or 9 miles west of Havana, moving northeast at 60. So if you're familiar with that area, that storm's moving right up the Illinois River Valley. So areas between Canton and Manitou up towards Pekin, Bartonville, eventually Peoria, Washington, Metamora, Chillicothe, Washburn. Also watching these storms that are developing in McLean County, down into Logan County along I-55. Another set of cells that's developed between Delavan and San Jose. San Jose. I know it's San Jose. Just north and west of Springfield, southeast of Petersburg. Another cell. Jacksonville, you're getting a good storm.
Attention, a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
You know, that little screamer is pretty good, but it's just a little slower than I am because I'm watching. Which kind of makes me wonder, do you guys need me? Or should I just like zone out and just let this thing go? Okay. I did not get everything done that I wanted to get done today before this happened, but that's okay. Ow. Okay. Iowa, your thunderstorm warnings have been canceled. Ugh, okay. I'm going to have to do a bit of quick organizing here to figure something out real quick. So this ought to be entertaining when we come back. You guys may get to see some weird stuff here. So.
New information, this tornado warning has been updated. New information, this tornado warning has been updated.
I was wondering about that. Yep, I tried. there are problems being 6'4". That's all I'm going to say. There are problems being 6'4". So let's see if we can do this a different way and not lose the camera in the process. That's going to be the hardest part of it, I think. Yeah, I can't. Okay, Yelly, you're going to get to see the top of my office. I don't care. But I don't have an alternative, really. I just need to stand and stretch for a little bit, so that's not going to work. I know you guys.
Attention, a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Oh, okay. So that's going to be Callaway, Cole, Osage counties. It's going to be down by Lake of the Ozarks in Missouri. And so that area, bless its heart, has seen more than enough severe weather the last few days. Give me a second, I'll sit down. Heck. Hell with you again. Okay. Hi. Welcome back to another exciting episode of What the Hell Just Happened. I'm your host, confused and dazed. There we go. Okay. So the problem I'm having is I keep leaning forward on things, and when I do that, I can't. I'm screwing up my shoulder and my back, so it's being fussy. So I'm trying to solve this. All right, let's take a quickie peeky out here. So right now we have no severe thunderstorm warnings in Indiana. We have a lot of flood advisories and flood warnings and flash flood warnings. We have a new special weather statement for the southeastern 2/3 of McDonough County, Illinois, for a storm that's 12 miles northwest of Rushville, moving northeast at 55, for 50-mile-an-hour winds and penny-sized hail. If that storm holds together, it will eventually wind up moving into areas, excuse me, Marietta, Smithfield, Table Grove, Ipava, and Cuba, up towards Lewiston in Illinois. Still our big tornado warning down here for another 13 minutes. That storm is now near Pittsfield, moving northeast at 60. There's another storm capable of producing a tornado near Bowling Green. So we're still looking at that same area over and over again that is producing storms. So that's this area right here. Shoot, they can see that right there too. Yeah, there. Actually, they almost looks like it'd be more of a QLCS spin-up tornado type thing. No matter what, you're going to respect the polygon because these storms, this environment's too prime. Looking down here towards Springfield, Missouri, our storm that was producing the monster hail, which still has a considerable threat on it, 70-mile-an-hour wind gust and $50 sized hail. So yeah, that will definitely mess up your car. Got more severe thunderstorm warnings now to the southwest towards Monette, back up towards Marionville, towards Crane. Eventually this will move in towards Highlandville. And that is for a considerable threat with golf ball sized hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. And then farther south, we have Cassville down towards Bella Vista in Arkansas, but it's all in Missouri. And that is for a storm near Bella Vista, moving east at 30 with ping pong ball sized hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. And that storm right there by Bella Vista, that one is riding the state line. So starting to get quite a bit of development down here in southwest Missouri, and it remains to be seen if it'll extend into northwest Arkansas or into east central Oklahoma. But all the activity that was around, I was looking up here, up the Cora, Iowa, we have a special weather statement for a strong thunderstorm near Cresco. Strong storms again. Basically, Cedar Rapids down to Marengo, north of Iowa City to Manchester, Independence towards Dyersville. And those are just strong storms with 50-mile-an-hour winds and penny-sized hail. But right now, our biggest areas to watch. Okay, Lincoln just extended that tornado warning. Yep. Scott County in west central Illinois, southeastern Cass County in west central Illinois, and Morgan County in west central Illinois. Severe thunderstorms capable of producing a tornado were on the line from near Aaronsville to near Naples, moving east at 45. So
Attention, a new radar indicated tornado warning has been issued.
I gotta turn him down. Bluffs, Chapin, Aaronsville, and Litterbury at 525. Virginia around 530, and Jacksonville 535. South Jacksonville and Ashland as well. If you're on I-72, mile markers 43 to 79, you are affected by this storm. So that's going to move right for Jacksonville. Not to be outdone, though. The large amount of real estate here. And that's going to be this area back here. The storm north of Jacksonville is also intense. But this line of storms is pretty continuous from Aaronsville all the way down to Milton to the west of Winchester. So if you're on the I-72 corridor going from Pittsfield and back towards Springfield, you're going to be in for a rough couple hours here as these storms move through. Still have a tornado possible near Bowling Green, moving east at 50. And then we have several areas of rotation out here in the areas between Bowling Green and Pittsfield. That's why that tornado warning is still there. Tornado possible near Pittsfield, moving northeast at 60, another near Bowling Green. We have a severe thunderstorm warning from St. Louis for northern Lincoln, northern Montgomery, and southeastern Pike.
Attention, a new flash flood warning has been issued.
And that's going to be in that same area up around Bowling Green here. Yep, that's this. I think. No, actually, it's this. So southern Brown, Pike County in Missouri and Illinois, and southern Rawls County, northeastern Missouri, 1 to 2 inches of rain. Have fallen, 1 to 2 more possible. So that's radar indicated flash flooding. Jeff City, you are in another severe thunderstorm warning for southern Callaway County, Cole County, and Osage County in central Missouri. Storm is 17 miles south of California, moving east at 60 with quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. So that's going to pass mostly to the south of Jefferson City. There's a cell just south of California it's there, but it's the cell down here between Eldon and Tuscumbia and Elizabeth. That's the stronger part of that. The cell up here towards Fulton and Mocaine, moving up towards Montgomery City. That storm is severe warned. It does not look as impressive as it did. That storm is moving east at 65 with ping pong ball size hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. I have another cell that's got an attack together up here by Moscow Mills and Old Monroe, probably on the boundary of those storms that went through much earlier in the St. Charles area back towards St. Paul and Wentzville. Another one north of Jerseyville on US 67 up by Cage. So we're starting to see some redevelopment out here. This is not what we want to be seeing, actually. Kind of looking down here in the deep south. Not seeing much of anything yet. Okay. So, got a storm north of Malden, Missouri here in the Boot Heel. Got activity trying to build.
New information, this tornado warning has been updated.
Right along Curley's Ridge, right here along the US 49 corridor. And got a couple of cells down here by Duvall's Bluff. So this is quite a bit farther south. The reason I'm pointing these out is these storms would go very close to Memphis. If there's any right turn in these storms, they will be moving towards the Memphis metropolitan area. Forest City, if these storms can intensify, you would be in the path of this as well as would Wynn. Otherwise, we haven't updated our severe thunderstorm warning yet? No. This one. No. And that's that. St. Louis keeps issuing tornado warnings for Pike County, Missouri. And I'm just like, what the heck?
New information,
That one.
this tornado warning has been updated.
5 miles east of Terrence or 6 miles east of Bowling Green, moving east at 50. Where does that sound familiar? Oh, yeah, we've been talking about the same area all afternoon, it seems like. And that would be this area right in here. All right. Oh, new severe thunderstorm warnings crept up. This is way down along I-64. And this is going to be in Illinois and Indiana. And that's going to be right along, like I said, I-64 between Burnt Prairie and Grayville, south of Albion in Illinois. And that's eventually going to move up towards Mount Carmel, Indiana, White River. And if it holds together, it would eventually make it up towards West Salem. And that is a severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect for a lot of places. Northern White County in southeastern Illinois, southeastern Wayne in south central Illinois, Wabash County and Edwards County in southeastern Illinois, and southwestern Gibson and north central Posey counties in southwestern Indiana until 6 p.m. Central. That's half dollar sized hail and 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts with this cell right here to the west of Grayville. This line of storms, it's like, okay, pick your storm. Which one's rotating and how is it rotating? Good grief. Okay. A storm north of Baldwin in Missouri, in the Boot Heel. It'd be between New Madrid and Poplar Bluff. And that's going to be on 25. Be Missouri County or Missouri State 25. That storm is actually showing up on both the Springfield and Memphis radars and the Paducah radar, or the Paducah and the Memphis radar. So that tells me that storm is actually there. It's not just there's something transient in one of the radars. It's showing on both sites. Also watching the storm down here, way down by Stuttgart. That's definitely there. So I have to watch that one as well. The storm here by Malden, though, that's right in that primed environment. Also have to watch these storms trying to get their act together again down here by Jonesboro and Vienna in Illinois, far southern Illinois, just north of Cairo and Paducah. All right. Update our tornado warning up here. Severe thunderstorms continued on the line from Litterbury to near Bluffs, moving east at 45 with half dollar sized hail and tornado possible. And that's going to be for Scott, southeastern Cass, and Morgan counties in Illinois until 6 p.m. If this line holds together, Jacksonville, you are in the path of this. Virginia, you're in the path of this. Winchester, you're in the path of this. If it holds together, Springfield to Petersburg up towards Elkhart, you're going to be in the path of this. Eventually, if it holds together and lasts long enough,
New information.
It'll go all the way out to Decatur and Macoupin County. Still watching that cell up here by Winfield, Missouri, down by St. Louis. Not terribly organized yet, but in this environment, you have to kind of treat everything like it is. So the severe thunderstorm warning down here for Cole and Osage County, 16 miles south of Jefferson City, Missouri, moving east at 60. It's got tennis ball sized hail and 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. It also has started to show signs of rotation and a very pronounced hail core in front of that rotation. Springfield, I don't believe. Springfield has a considerable hail threat on it for 2.5-inch hail, but no tornado possible. On their side of it, St. Louis has a considerable for 2.5-inch hail as well and a tornado possible tag. Lebanon, Missouri, you're about to get hit with a strong storm. There's another one farther back. That one is severe warned as well for 7 miles southeast of Buffalo. I think that's the one that's moved up to Lebanon. I think they just have not cleared the old warning out and canceled it out. All right, just kind of getting my bearings here. So from Aurora in Kansas, I have to look. No, this is all Missouri. Sorry. So we have a severe thunderstorm warning down by Washburn, Missouri, and that's way south in McDonald and Berry counties. That's 11 miles northeast of Bella Vista. That storm has 2-inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour wind gust moving east at 35. We have another severe warned storm that's going to go towards Branson. And that's going to go right along 76, if you know where 76 goes. 11 miles east of Cassville, moving east at 55 with half-dollar sized hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. So that's going to include Branson, Table Rock Lake, Roaring River State Park, Table Rock State Park, Silver Dollar City, Branson West. So it's going to be a lot of Silver Dollar City, like I said, and Indian Point, Reed Spring. So that's going to be moving into some very, very busy, well-traveled areas there. Still have our storm up here by Clever, out towards Marionville and Aurora, over towards Crane. That storm is still severe thunderstorm warned for another 15 minutes, and that's going to be for golf ball-sized hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. Our storm east of Springfield now for southern Webster, western Wright, northwestern Douglas, northeastern Christian, and southeastern Greene counties in Missouri. That is 8 miles northeast of Ozark with 70-mile-an-hour winds and half-dollar sized hail. And that storm is moving east at 50 right along US 60. Still our two storms up here by Lebanon. Our rotating storm up here south of Jefferson City, which does have a considerable tag on it now. And that is for tennis ball sized hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds and a tornado possible tag. We have our severe thunderstorm warnings that run from Ellsbury back to Whiteside and Silex in Missouri, all the way up through Clarksville to Campsville in Illinois, over to Milton in Illinois, to Pittsfield in Illinois, to Winchester. And those go all the way up to the south side of the Peoria metro area, including Glassford and South Pekin. More importantly, in that line is a tornado warning that includes Jacksonville, Virginia, Ashland, Murrayville, and Winchester in Illinois, including Bluffs. And that is for a line of storms capable of producing tornadoes that has half-dollar sized hail in it as well. St. Louis is starting to see that storm down by Malden too. That's not. No, it looks like it's trying. It's not getting very far. So I have a couple severe thunderstorm warnings now still in Indiana. Northwestern Harrison, northern Crawford, southeastern Orange, and southwestern Washington counties until 7:15 Eastern. That storm is near Paoli, moving east at 35.
New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
Quarter-sized hail. We have another one down here by Grayville, Indiana. And that's going to cover parts of Illinois and Indiana.
Attention, a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Northern White and southeastern Wayne, Wabash, and Edwards counties in Illinois. Southwestern Gibson, north central Posey in southwestern Indiana. That storm was 8 miles north of Carmi, and that was moving northeast at 50, half-dollar sized hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. We've got an update on our severe thunderstorm warning that's moving towards Peoria. That severe thunderstorm is now near Glassford, or 10 miles east of Canton, moving northeast at 60, so that'll be in Peoria here in no time flat. Glassford, Mapleton around 5:35. It'll also affect Bryant, Norris, Topeka, Liverpool, Little America, Fayette, Banner, Powerton, Dunfermline, and Forest City. And that storm is right here. I'm going to pull it up on the radar. There we go. That's this cluster right here. The storm out here by Marietta, Smithfield, down towards Ipava, that storm is the one that had the special weather statement attached in McDonough County. It is now moving into Fulton County. We'll have to wait and see what happens with that. I have another line of storms coming up from Eldridge, Iowa, down towards Aquaka in Illinois, right along the Mississippi River there. Well, kind of. The river curves there at Muscatine, so that's why I'm like, well, kind of. And then behind that, We really don't have much of anything. A new severe thunderstorm warning just got issued.
Attention, a new severe
Yeah, you.
thunderstorm warning has been
For
issued.
central Calhoun, Greene, northwestern Jersey, northwestern Macoupin, and northeastern Lincoln counties, and all of Illinois. Those are all Illinois except for Lincoln County, which is Missouri. And that is for a storm near Hardin, or 11 miles southeast of Ellsbury, moving northeast at 65. Quarter-sized hail is reported by the public north of Winfield. So that's going to be this storm, I think. Nope. This storm here. That big warning.
Attention, a new flash flood warning has been issued.
And we have a flash flood warning now for Jersey County, Illinois, for 1 to 3 inches of rain that have fallen, with 1 to 2 more inches possible. And I'm going to jump out because we have a severe thunderstorm warning up here on the north side of Cedar Rapids, northeast side. Robbins and Marion, that's going to move up towards Central City, eventually move up towards Central City, north and west of Anamosa. That's crossing Iowa 13 right now. Eventually, that's going to move over into the US 151 corridor between Anamosa and Monticello, up towards Dubuque and Cascade. Well, Dubuque could be quite a ways down the road there. Be watching these storms out here in western Illinois. They're coming up south of the Quad Cities down towards Oquawka. Those may get severe warned at any time. Those are currently in the Davenport warning area. Once they cross over into where Galesburg is, so Cambridge, Kewanee, Geneseo, Monmouth, Preemption, Aledo, all this area, that's National Weather Service Quad Cities. Knoxville, Galesburg, Princeville, Toulon, this is all National Weather Service Lincoln. And then once you cross over to Ottawa and LaSalle, Peru, you're in Chicago. So it's kind of a multiple office coverage area there. So that's why I'm kind of looking at these going, who gets what, when, and how? So, all right. I have not been drinking enough, I can tell. Diet Dr. Pepper for the win. Oh, there we go. Oh, that's better. Also watching the line of showers that has developed almost right along the US 34 corridor. So it goes.
New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
So that's Hinckley, Caneville, just to the west of Aurora, north of Oswego, to Yorkville, back down to Mendota, to Princeton, past Hennepin, back towards Bradford. And that really extends all the way down to Mequon, to Yates City, back down here to Marietta. That line is interesting because I'm not sure what it's attached to. It may just be a boundary. It's hard to say. Sometimes these little boundaries will do things all their own. It's like you don't even really see it on satellite even. Okay. A severe thunderstorm watch update for
new information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
Okay. Again with the updates and the warnings in this. Okay. So let's quick do our updates through Illinois here because that's where most of this has happened. So for Cass, eastern Schuyler, southwest Mason, and north central Morgan counties for a thunderstorm 7 miles east of Virginia, Illinois, moving northeast at 55. Run-of-the-mill quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. I don't mean to minimize it, but that's kind of your standard baseline for a severe thunderstorm warning. It's kind of the base warning there. Still the severe thunderstorm warning for areas south and west of Canton for a storm that's near Glassford, moving northeast at 60, producing 60-mile-an-hour wind gust and quarter-sized hail. Moving farther south down the line, I'm going to actually turn the radar off here for just a split second. I don't remember how to do it. Maybe I won't. That did not quite do what I wanted to do there, but that'll work. Close that. Minimize. Fine, don't. So,
new information. This tornado warning has been updated.
Scott Ward and Cass. Okay, hold on. We're going to look at this first. So this is the Scott, Cass, and Morgan County warning. 8 miles east of Jacksonville, moving east at 40. Storm is producing half-dollar-sized hail and a tornado possible. This will affect Jacksonville, the Jacksonville Municipal Airport, Prentiss, Linville, and Philadelphia. The storm is 8 miles east of Jacksonville, moving east at 40, so it already crossed over Jax. 1.25 inch hail being the threat there. Below that, we have a couple more severe thunderstorm warnings. We have the one for Calhoun, Greene, Jersey, Macoupin, and Lincoln County, Missouri. That is for the storm near Hardin, moving northeast at 65, and that's where that warning goes so far off to the north and east. These storms here between Jerseyville and Hardin, those are going to move northeast. They're going to get caught up in this line that's moving through along the Illinois River. And so it'll be interesting to see what that merger set does. That could either kill those storms or make them more intense. So we'll have to watch that. Moving down here to areas around Springfield, Missouri. We have more going on in southwest Missouri now than we did earlier, it seems like. So we have a severe thunderstorm warning near Westphalia, Missouri. That's going to be south of Jefferson City. Tennis ball sized hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. That storm is 16 miles south of Jefferson City, moving east at 60. So that's going to be this core right here. South and west of Westphalia, north and west of Freeburg, moving into the US 63 corridor between Freeburg and Jeff City. Another severe thunderstorm north and west of Richland. That storm is producing 60-mile-an-hour winds and golf ball sized hail. Lebanon, you've got a strong cell, just went through and it's now to your southeast. That's moving east at 30 with golf ball sized hail and 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. That was confirmed by local law enforcement. Another
new information.
This severe thunderstorm warning south and east of Buffalo. That's going to be behind this storm in Lebanon, Missouri. It's to the southwest. That is still severe warning. That warning is going to expire in 4 minutes. And actually, they're saying that is weekend. That warning is going to cancel. We have a large severe thunderstorm warning now along the US 60 corridor from Fordland and Diggins in Missouri over towards Mansfield and Hartville. And that will be in effect for another 34 minutes. That storm is producing $half sized hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. Springfield, you're still in a severe thunderstorm warning. And that's for a storm 8 miles south of Republic, moving northeast at 35. That storm is moving towards you with $half sized hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. There's another storm down by Washburn, and that storm is currently warned for golf ball sized hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. That storm is moving east at 40, and then we have the extension of that warning that goes all the way over to Branson West, Reed Springs, Galena, Coney Island, and areas along the
new information. This severe
76 corridor
thunderstorm
there
warning has
going in
been
towards
updated.
Branson. Again, that's going to be for another 18 minutes, and that storm is moving east at 55.
Attention, a new radar indicated
We have a new tornado warning,
has
and
been
this
issued.
one's going to include Springfield. Or no, close to... okay, we're going to let the tornado warnings fly. Holy sheepers. All right, so... First tornado warning in was the Menard County, Sangamon County, Morgan County tornado warning in central Illinois. Storm capable of producing a tornado was located near Alexander, or 11 miles east of Jacksonville, moving east at 40 miles an hour. That storm will be near New Berlin at 5:45. That will be affecting mile markers 72 to 91 along I-72 coming into Springfield. We also have another tornado warning that was issued for northeastern Menard, western Logan, and southeastern Mason County. That was for a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado over Greenview or near Petersburg, Illinois, moving east at 50 miles an hour. That storm will also be near Greenview at 5:45 and Middleton at 5:50. That will affect I-55 between mile markers 111 and 119 in Illinois. And if that storm holds together and continues on its path, that's going to go right over the radar in Lincoln, Illinois. That's the National Weather Service office that serves central Illinois. Still have severe storms moving up into the Peoria area. They are going to let that warning, looks like they're going to let that one expire. That or they may quick reissue it, but I think if they do...
Attention, a new radar indicated tornado warning has been issued.
If they issue a new warning, I think it'll be farther to the east. It'll be in areas like South Pekin, Tremont, Danvers, Morton, Eureka, possibly as far as El Paso up to Spring Bay. So it'll be this general area right in here. Though I could see them taking the whole thing up because this storm out here by Cuba is starting to look more intense as well. Lincoln has got their hands full because...
New information. This severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
Peek back up here in Iowa. Ooh. That storm is producing quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. That's going to be for Stone City, Whittier, Wabeek, the Matzel Bridge Natural Area, and the Howard Cherry Scout Reservation. And that's going to be in Jones and Linn counties in Iowa. That storm is currently over Whittier, 8 miles west of Anamosa, moving northeast at 40. Cedar Rapids, you've got a strong cell over you. Not severe warned, but that is a stronger cell, and that is also moving to the northeast. So areas towards Anamosa, Springville, and Martell, you're going to see that storm coming up right behind it. Starting to see some more lightning activity in these storms that have developed from DeWitt, Iowa, down towards the Seton area, moving towards Cambridge and north of Galesburg. Okay, just keeping an eye on these storms in central Illinois because they are the only tornado warned storms we have at the moment. And if there's a plus side to that, they're also really close to the local radar, which makes it a lot easier to see rotation. Okay, so this storm south of Jacksonville, this area right here, north of Berlin, southeast of Ashland, north and south of Pleasant Plains, that's moving right for Springfield. And then this little area right in here between Petersburg and Greenview that's moving up towards Lincoln. That's the three areas we're watching. National Weather Service Lincoln did allow that warning for the areas south and west of Peoria to expire. So Peoria, you currently have no warnings in your area. So the Tri-County area, Tazewell, Fulton, and Peoria counties and Woodford County, no warnings at this time. So right now we have the tornado warning in Mason and Logan County. That's moving towards the city of Lincoln. It also includes northeastern Menard County. That is eventually going to move, like I said, towards Lincoln and Logan County. Watching this area of interest north of New Berlin, west of Springfield. That's going to come in right about where Illinois 4 and Illinois 125 cross on the northwest side of Springfield. So it looks like that area of rotation would stay north of I-72 on the west side of Springfield. Eventually it would move in towards Springfield and Clear Lake if it holds together. And eventually it would keep following 72, but it would be along 72. Still got some possible rotation there. I would not let my guard down if I'm in this tornado warning. And if you're in Riddle Hill, Archer, Passfield, Bradfordton, Bando, up toward even towards Lincoln Airport and towards Springfield itself.
Attention, this flash flood warning has been updated.
Watching the storm and taking the tornado warning and taking it seriously and going through my precautions and getting to a safe space. Same thing for the storm south of Jacksonville.
New information,
104,
this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated.
And they did just update this warning up here for Iowa. A quick jump to that quarter-sized hail. And that storm is 7 miles west of Anamosa, moving northeast at 40. Stone City, Whittier, Wabeek, and Matzelbridge natural area, the areas affected by that storm. We have even more severe thunderstorm warnings out here now. For southern Laclede, or southeastern Laclede and southern Pulaski County in Missouri until 6:30. Severe thunderstorm located near Lebanon with 2-inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. That's a continuation of the warning from Lebanon. And then to its north, there's also another severe thunderstorm warning for southeastern Miller, north central Laclede, northwestern Pulaski, and southeastern Camden County until 6:15. That storm was 13 miles southeast of Camdenton, moving east at 40, with golf ball-sized hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. South of that, we have another storm down here north of Mansfield and by Hartsville. And that storm has got some hail in it. It looks like that storm might be diminishing just a little bit, but definitely keep your eye on it. And the northwest side of Springfield, including the airport and the Brookline and Republic, you are out of the severe thunderstorm warning now.
Attention, a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Okay, that's a big warning. Holy cow. So Nixa, Ozark, Springfield, Battlefield, you're still in that warning. And that warning will be in effect here for another 41 minutes. And that storm has 60-mile-an-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. And then finally, we have our last warning in the line all the way down here by Cassville, Missouri. That's for southwestern Stone and southeastern Berry counties until 6 o'clock for half-dollar sized hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. All right, we have a big new severe thunderstorm warning here in central Illinois. And that's going to be that one. That's for southeastern Scott, south central Menard, western Sangamon, southeastern Cass, and Morgan counties in Illinois until 6:30. Severe thunderstorms along a line from Chapin to Manchester to Carrollton, moving east at 55. These storms contain 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail. There we go. And that is that. So, a tornado warning for Menard, Logan, and Mason County, Illinois. And that is that storm that's moving towards Lincoln. Taking a look at that, we'll see what that looks like in rotation. Oops. So that's where the area of rotation was. Still not very strong. Between Berlin and New Berlin, right here, got a bit of a boundary showing up there. And our friends in St. Louis have issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for southeastern Greene, central Jersey, and west central Macoupin County in southwestern Illinois. That will run until 6:30 for 60-mile-an-hour wind gust and half-dollar sized hail.
Attention, a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
A severe thunderstorm warning now just to the north side of Louisville and the Indiana side. Sellersburg, Greenville, Palmyra, and Indiana, you're in that. And that's going to be for north central Harrison in south central Indiana, western Clark in south central Indiana, Floyd County, and south central Indiana and south central Washington. And that will run until 7:30 Eastern for a severe thunderstorm 10 miles north of Corydon, moving east at 40 with 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts and
Attention,
quarter-sized
a new
hail.
flash flood warning has been issued.
There it is. And we have a new flash flood warning, just issued by the National Weather Service in Lincoln, Illinois, for Menard County, northwestern Sangamon County, Cass County, Morgan County, and Scott County in Illinois until 9 p.m. Those areas have seen 1 to 2.5 inches of rain have fallen, and amounts up to 2 inches are possible in that same area. There's so many overlapping warnings here that I'm having trouble keeping track of them. Sheesh. Boy, these storms really want to try, but watching down here just north of Paducah, I mean, they're trying. They're in the right environment, but for some reason they're just not quite there yet. I have a feeling it's going to take this stuff behind it to push. Speaking of pushing, up here between Rolla and Cuba, Missouri, right along I-44, moving northeast along 44 towards St. Clair, up here towards Sullivan. Got a storm quickly developing. That storm looks like it might actually cross over 44 and then come right back down towards St. Clair. So it's basically following the I-44 corridor. Got a split happening, it looks like, back here because we have a storm over here by Crocker north of Waynesville. That looks like it's going a little bit more north than east. The south of Waynesville looks like it's going a little bit more south. Lebanon, you've got another storm forming to your south. Hartville, you've got another storm as well. So if we can somehow manage to get all of these tornado warnings declared, we're down to severe thunderstorm warnings, I am going to step away for a break. I will be monitoring everything, and we'll see what happens on the flip side here. Okay. So we do not have an update on that one. Looking for updates on our warnings here. Yeah, we don't have any warnings on the 2. The storm farther back has also not been updated in a little bit. So with these storms starting to take on more of a linear look, I would start to look for more short fuse and smaller tornado warnings that will be for quick spin up circulations. And so with that, if you're in central Illinois and you are between Lincoln and St. Louis, and you're in this line of storms, if there's a tornado warning issued for your area, don't hesitate, take action immediately, because these storms could produce a tornado in just a matter of seconds. It may only be in the ground for a couple of minutes, but that couple of minutes could be your house. Also have more storms developing now from Danville back to south of Decatur. So I have to watch this area. Down here along I-70, south and west of Terre Haute. A big storm down here by Mount Carmel. $0.5 size hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. That warning will be in effect here, I think, for another 5 minutes. Yeah. I don't know if that helps clarify anything for anybody for where we are and what we're talking about. These are severe thunderstorm warnings out here to the north of Louisville, back to the northwest. Flood and flood advisories covering from Bedford, Indiana, over to Vincennes, Lawrenceville, along I-6 or along US 50 there, and then up 130, Illinois 130 and 45 towards Effingham, to Vandalia, to St. Elmo, to Pana, to Shelbyville. We have our tornado warnings up here. Looks like we just got an update on that one. Okay, so Jacksonville, the warning that you're in, along with Linville, Franklin, Woodson, Murrayville, and Philadelphia, that warning is going to be allowed to expire here in 4 minutes. We do still have an active tornado warning for Menard, Sangamon, and Morgan counties until 6:15. And that storm has quarter-sized hail. And we have another one up here for Menard, Logan, and Mason County, and that is for a tornado and quarter-sized hail as well. Beyond that, we have a flurry of severe thunderstorm warnings that run from the west side of Springfield down to Verdon, all the way back to Winchester, down through Carrollton to Campbell, to Ellsbury, to Hardin, to Jerseyville, and over to Carlinville. Those warnings will continue to be expanded to the east as all of this activity moves towards the I-55 corridor. St. Louis, you're going to get more of this storm coming back out here from south and east of Jefferson City. So let's take a look at that. And that's exactly the area we're looking at. It's right here, is this cluster. And so St. Louis has already issued that new severe thunderstorm warning for Franklin, Gasconade, and southern Warren County until 6:45. That line extends from 7 miles south of Chamois to 7 miles east of Rich Fountain, or along a line from 8 miles northeast of Lynn to 8 miles southeast, or 9 miles southeast of Lynn, moving east at 65. These storms do contain $0.5 sized hail and 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. Still have our cluster down here with Lebanon to Waynesville up to Crocker to Richland. These storms all are producing, we just got a new severe thunderstorm warning down here by Cuba. This is in Missouri as well for northern Crawford, southwestern Franklin, and northern Washington counties until 6:45. That storm is over Cuba, moving northeast at 50, 60-mile-an-hour winds, and quarter-sized hail. In Lebanon, you still have a severe thunderstorm warning for that storm that's right over you, moving east at 30. Quarter-size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds are what we're looking at there. Okay. Now, we haven't talked about this area yet. I mean, we have in terms of the PDS tornado watch, it's out. But north of Paducah, they're right in the split between 57 and 24, right there at Goreville and Pulleys Mill. Those storms must be watched and watched carefully. Same thing with the solar development by Tams in Illinois, down here just to the south and east of Sikeston. So watch that one as well. Louisville, they have cleared that area to your north and west. Now it's just to your north. And so that warning is still in effect for western Clark, northern Floyd, and southeastern Washington counties until 7:30 Eastern. That's for 70-mile-an-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. Let's go back up here and check on our tornado warnings in Illinois. We had this was issued at 5:40, so I'm waiting for an update any time now because this expires at 6:15. For a severe thunderstorm 11 miles east of Jacksonville, moving east at 40. And so that's for this warning down here. And that's the one that's moving towards Springfield. There. And then up here in Middletown, that's it.
Attention, a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Okay, we're in a new warning and I did not see where it was issued. Just bear with me here for just a split second. Oh, it's this one. Okay. And this is going to be for Calhoun, Jersey, Lincoln, and St. Charles counties in Missouri and Illinois. And this is for that storm near Winfield, or 8 miles north of St. Paul, moving east at 50 with 60-mile-an-hour wind gust and quarter-sized hail. So yeah, that's going to be that same area that we saw it get hit earlier today. And that's for these cells here. Right in this area. And those storms up at the Quad Cities in Illinois, Iowa, kind of falling apart. All the warnings in Iowa have been allowed to expire. And pretty much these storms run from Mondovi, Wisconsin, down through Winona to La Crosse, down to Elkader in Iowa, Prairie du Chien, and then down to just north and east of Cedar Rapids, Iowa. Another little pocket that's weakening pretty commonly, or pretty steadily now, from Clinton, Iowa, down towards far northwestern Knox County. Some heavy downpours and some lightning in northern Peoria County, southeastern Knox County, and then into eastern Tazewell County, moving into McLean County.
Attention, a new radar-indicated tornado warning has been issued.
And that's going to be down here for the same area. We've seen tornado warned so many times today. Eastern Jersey and central Macoupin counties until 6:45 for a tornadic thunderstorm near Jerseyville. Tornado and quarter-sized hail. We have another severe thunderstorm warning that is going to cover Lincoln and Logan County, Illinois. And that is for eastern Menard County, Logan County, northeastern Sangamon, southwestern McLean, and east central Mason County in Illinois. And that all runs until 6:45. The storm's located along the line from New Holland to near Sherman, moving east at 40. That includes 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts and quarter-sized hail. I did have to say something about getting rid of these tornado warnings, didn't I? Yes, I did. I have. Mistakes were made, regrets were had. That's all I'm going to say. Okay. Okay. These are all radar indicated tornado warnings. I'm not. I just turn all the warnings off there just so you can kind of see the line as it moves through. So this is an earlier development that just keeps reforming over the same areas. We're going to probably see some pretty serious flooding reports out of this area from far southeastern Illinois and the areas around Fairfield up towards Vincennes, Indiana, up towards Robinson, all the way over, getting towards Frankfort and the U.S. I-75 corridor through there. Our primary line here, and this is starting to fill in, is going to be this line that's running from roughly, it's even gotten farther north, almost to Joliet now, to Morris, Illinois, up towards Herscher, to Gardner, to Dwight, and pretty much right down I-55 to just a bit north of the St. Louis area, up towards Wentzville and Ellsbury and Hardin. There's a few more storms
New
there.
information, this severe thunderstorm
And
warning has
then
been updated.
pretty solid line of storms now from Cuba and near Rolla to Waynesville to Lebanon and right down 44 all the way down to Bentonville. So that's going to be a lot of busyness right now. I'm going to turn off a few things here just to try to clarify. See if that makes things any easier to follow there. I was starting to get a little confused because we had so many different layers. Okay, so the only tornado warning still on the board. We're down to one. It says 3, but I think it's 1. Oh no, we still have the one up here for Lincoln. I didn't see it. I didn't get a chance to fix my overlays. I'm going to change the settings on this just a bit. I wonder if I can do that quick one here. Okay. No, I know where it's at though. Okay. Yeah, there we go. Let's try that. There we go. Now I can actually see them. Hooray. Okay. Severe thunderstorm warning. Let's do the same. Oh, that's better. Okay. So it's updated the severe thunderstorm warning down here in southeastern Osage County, Missouri, and that's for tennis ball size found 60-mile-an-hour winds. Storm is over Mount Sterling, Missouri, moving east at 60. That warning is in effect for another 9 minutes. Good grief, I actually want to turn these off for just a split second here. Now we can see the tornado warnings. Okay. It says 3. Shows 2 here. I can guarantee there are more than 5 severe thunderstorm warnings. Oh, yeah. Bear with me here for just a split second. I'm going to quick clean up something here. Okay. Bear with me for just a split second. I'm going to do some tech work on the back end here. I think I know what's going on, and if I'm right, I'm going to be cranky. All right, so while we do that, not a lot going on, which is not necessarily a bad thing. It's just not a good thing. Okay, I'm in the wrong machine. Whoops. Okay. 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 There. All right, the tornado warning for northeastern Menard, western Logan, and southeastern Mason will be allowed to expire at 6:15. The storm has weakened. So that will clear that tornado warning off the board. Okay. Okay. All right, let's try this again. What? Uh-oh. I know what's going on now. Shoot. Uh, shoot. Um, there it is. That looks better. All right. Sorry about that. Just had to kill everything and restart it all. There we go. That looks better. Sorry about that. The back end decided it wanted to stop working.
Attention, a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so that's for this little guy right here. St. Charles and Central Warren until 6:45 Central, and this is in Missouri. Severe thunderstorm located 6 miles southwest of Warrenton, moving east at 60 with quarter-sized tail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. I'm just going to point out that this whole line from Lebanon to Waynesville is now severe warned all the way up to Logan County and McLean County in Illinois. And we have one tornado warning left, and that is this warning right here. And that is for that storm near Jerseyville, moving northeast at 50 with tornado and quarter-sized hail. What? Oh, okay. I missed the tornado warning for Macoupin and Jersey counties. I apologize. That's Jerseyville, moving northeast at 50. Okay. That's just the one tornado warning. Okay. Phew. Let's keep it that way. That tornado warning is expiring. Okay.
Attention, this flash flood warning has been updated.
So that's somewhere over here. And it's flooded. The flash flood warning's turned on. Now that I've got some clarity in this, I'll turn it back on here. Apologize, y'all. So it'll be that one. So that's going to be for Western Jackson, Lawrence, Davies, Knox, and Martin counties in Indiana. Some areas have seen up to 4 inches of rain and up to 2 more inches as possible. So this will include areas such as Vincennes, Bedford, Washington, Shoals, Mitchell, Bicknell, Lugety, Odin, Ulitic, Medora, Elnora, Oakton, Monroe City, Wheatland, Bruceville, Plainville, Sanborn, Montgomery, Edwardsport, and Decker. Remember, turn around, don't drown. All right. Okay. Waiting to see what they're going to do with this warning out here for Jersey and Macoupin counties in Illinois. St. Louis has been issuing warnings in this area constantly. It seems like every time they turn around, they're issuing a new warning for it. So I'm just like, okay, I can see it. It's right here, north and east of Jerseyville. Yep. Absolutely. Yep. And they just updated that warning. 8 miles east of Jerseyville, moving northeast at 50. Ping pong ball sized tail and tornado. Jerseyville, Kemper, Medora, Miles Station, Chesterfield, Plainview, Carlinville, Gillespie, Mount Clair, Standard City, Hornsby, and the Beaver Dam State Park are all in the path of this tornadic thunderstorm. Okay. So we have our tornado warning. It's up here. The areas north of Springfield and west of Lincoln. That's going to expire out here at the top of the hour, or the at 8:15 or 6:15. So in the next minute, that'll be allowed to drop. Let me see.
New information, this tornado warning has been updated.
Oh, St. Louis. You know, I'm kind of poo-pooing St. Louis because they keep issuing updates all the bloody time. I will never complain about that really, because there are some offices of the National Weather Service that will issue a warning, run it for an hour, and never issue an update at all. This is not acceptable. All right. Yeah, I really wish I knew what was going on with that warning in St. Louis. I really do. Because I would love to know if I can step away for a little bit with this. I don't. We have a PDS tornado watch issued. And blessedly, nothing has happened in it so far. And I'm hoping nothing does. Now, having said that, the chances of something happening are pretty good. I think it's just going to be a matter of how soon are we going to get in there. And I think that's going to be the problem. They may have to reissue this PDS tornado watch or extend it. Oh, there we go.
Attention, a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued.
All the way across. So this is the storm near Decatur, Illinois, down to Macon County. So this is also going to extend into Payette County in southwestern Champaign. That's for a severe thunderstorm near the Decatur airport, or 7 miles east of Decatur, moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. 60-mile-an-hour winds, quarter-sized hail, and this will affect Cerro Gordo and Monticello. And it'll also include Whiteheath, Seymour, Mahomet, Bondville, and Lake of the Woods. This will also affect Interstate 57 between mile markers 220 and 238, Interstate 72 between mile markers 157 and 182, and I-74 between 164 and 180. Got a lot of real estate covered by that storm. All right. Got an update a couple of minutes ago, still carrying that tornado warning for radar indicated rotation and ping pong ball sized hail in Jersey and Macoupin counties in Illinois. That's going to be areas including Medora, Shipman, Gillespie, and Carlinville. So that's going to end just west of the I-55 corridor. Litchfield, you are not in this. Lake Tahoe, you're not in it. Mount Olive, you're not in it. Bunker Hill, you're not in. But areas from Jerseyville, north and east, like I said, through Medora, Fidelity, Chesterfield, Carlinville, Standard City, you're all in this. Shipman. So if you're along and north of Illinois 16, from Jerseyville over towards Gillespie and Litchfield. So far, our storms down here in Missouri, south of St. Louis, back along the I-44 corridor, and that extends all the way back into a little bit beyond the I-44 corridor in Springfield. It actually extends down all the way to Bentonville. Looks like we might even be getting a few showers down towards Salem Springs. But these storms so far, south of US 60, so south and west of Springfield, those have not been severe. All the severe weather has really been located from the St. Louis area back along I-44. We have had some issues around Columbia and Jefferson City earlier today. That's the storms that are currently moving into the St. Louis metro again. But right now, we only have the one tornado warning on the board, thank heavens. And that is a radar indicated tornado warning. So that's a good sign as well.
Attention, a new radar indicated tornado warning has been issued.
That's going to be up here for that storm that was moving towards kind of south of Lincoln, down towards Mount Pulaski and Mount Zion in Illinois on 121. So this will be southeastern Logan, southwestern DeWitt, and northwestern Macon counties in Illinois. And that storm, capable of producing a tornado, is 9 miles southeast of Lincoln, moving east at 55 miles an hour. And that's going to affect areas near Kenny and Chestnut and at about 625. Otherwise, that will remain in mostly rural areas, including Tunbridge. If the storm holds together, it will go fairly close to Clinton. So Clinton, you want to keep an eye on that. Maroa, you should be okay. And now just to the south of that, we have a new severe thunderstorm warning covering Springfield down to almost Verdon. That's going to go all the way over to Taylorville, including Decatur. So that is a large warning there for Central Christian, Central Sangamon, and Western Macon counties in Illinois until 7 p.m. And that's for a line of severe storms extending from Springfield to Auburn, moving east at 55. And those storms do have 70-mile-an-hour wind gust and quarter-size hail in them. So Springfield, Rochester, Riverton, Pawnee, DeVernon, and Dawson around 625. Mechanicsburg and Buffalo around 630. Kincaid, Edinburgh, and Jayceville around 625. And Taylorville, Illiopolis, and Mount Auburn at 640. Other areas include Stonington, Niantic, Decatur, Harristown, and Blue Mound. And this will affect areas on I-55 between mile markers 77 and 101, and I-72 between mile markers 93 and 143. And again, this is one of those examples of a warning that was issued and never updated. So this was issued at 5:56 Central, so almost a half an hour ago now, for Wabash, East Central Edwards, and Central Gibson County in Illinois. And that was for a storm that was located at that time near Mount Carmel, moving northeast at 55. And that's this storm up here north of Hazelton. It's already moved into Indiana, but now we have another cell back here by Albion and south and west of Mount Carmel that's also coming in, and that one could also be severe. Yeah, it's getting a hail core there. So yeah, that's definitely another one they're gonna have to watch. They might just keep this warning there for that. All right. So we have the storm out here by Mount Pulaski. I don't know why it says Mount Zion. Mount Pulaski. I said that's how Mount Zion after. Mount Zion's down by Decatur. Mount Zion's down here. Right here. So the tornadic thunderstorm near Mount Pulaski. It's moving up towards Chestnut quickly. That's going to follow right up here on Illinois 54. That's going to go up through Chestnut, McKinney, up through Tunbridge, and then eventually wind up in Clinton. And if it holds together and keeps going, DeWitt, you would be farther down the line. Clinton and DeWitt, you are not in the tornado warning at this time. Just giving you guys the heads up because it's going to move your way. Oh, these storms are such a mess. Okay. Now, our tornado warning down here, closer to St. Louis, between Jerseyville and Mount Olive, along Illinois 16, that storm is starting to look more put together here. This area right here by Piazza, west of Shipman on 16. Yeah, that's going to have to work there. So that's a storm we're going to have to watch. Not as impressed with the storm up here by Mount Pulaski, partially because if anything, it might be this is going to be one of those quick hit. If I think if anything happens, it'd be a quick hit. Front of the storm, yeah, it'd be right here, right along 54. So that's why Lincoln, National Weather Service Lincoln, has issued that warning. And I was kind of offset by why the warning was issued down here by St. Louis, and I looked at it closer radar again, looking at the St. Louis radar. That storm definitely is appropriately warned for tornado.
Attention, this flash flood warning has been updated.
County, Missouri. All right, still have a severe thunderstorm warning 10 miles east of Fort Leonard Wood, moving east at 65, 60-mile-an-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. It also will affect Rolla, St. James, Doolittle, Newburgh, North Y, Jerome, and Rosati. And it looks like we still a bit ago had a new severe thunderstorm warning issued as well for areas northwest of Mountain Grove, Missouri, and Texas and Wright counties. And the storm has 60-mile-an-hour winds and half-dollar sized hail. That will affect Mountain Green, Kabul, Houston, Dawson, Summersville, Raymondville, Huggins, Errol, Bucyrus, Graff, Elm Creek, Eunice, Yukon, Hartshorn, Solo, Simmons, and Ben Davis. Now, of note is somewhere right over in here. I believe it's going to be when we get over towards Van Buren here on 60. So Ellington, no. Piedmont, yes. Greenville, yes. This area in the purple is warned by National Weather Service Paducah, whereas the area in the yellow here where this warning is Springfield, Missouri. So we may see a change over there when that happens. Still have that weak rotation there at Chestnut, moving northeast on 54. And that's going to follow 54 towards Kinney and up towards Tunbridge and eventually make it up to Clinton. And then the storm down here by Shipman, it's a convoluted mess on the Lincoln radar site. But let's look at it from St. Louis. Yeah, I would definitely keep the tornado warning. Hold on.
Attention, this flash flood warning has been updated.
Bear with me here. Okay. Shipman and areas along Highway 16 and just to the south of 16, moving up towards Gillespie. This is a tornado warning. It's currently listed as radar indicated. However, the rotation is getting tighter and this storm is starting to look more and more like a supercell. It's out in front of the rest of the cluster, so it actually has a clear, uninterrupted feed of moisture coming into it. And the radar presentation is starting to look more concerning. So if I'm in Gillespie, East Gillespie, up Mount Clair, and heading out towards Litchfield, I would be taking my potato precautions, my tornado precautions right away. And what that means is you want to get into a basement, a small interior room if you don't have a basement available. If you're in a mobile home, get out, get to substantial shelter, or if your mobile home community has a shelter, get to it. Make sure if you have a helmet for like a sporting helmet for like hockey or for baseball or football, get that on your head. Even a bike helmet or a skateboard helmet will work too. Holy cow, it's a big warning. Make sure you're wearing shoes as well. And the reason I said that is they just issued a huge severe thunderstorm warning, St. Louis did, for Northern Bond. These are all Illinois counties.
Attention, this
Northern
flash
Bond,
flood warning has been
Northwestern
updated.
Fayette, Montgomery, Eastern Calhoun, Jersey, Macoupin, and northern Madison County in southwestern Illinois, as well as northeastern St. Charles County in east central Missouri and northeastern St. Louis County. That is a line of severe thunderstorms moving east at 65 with ping pong ball sized hail and 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts. And that warning is this box right up in here. I mean, that's a big warning. And that's all for this cluster right here moving in. And my apologies, I missed a couple of new warnings down here towards Sullivan. This was updated about 10 minutes ago for a severe thunderstorm over Sullivan, moving northeast at 50. Golf ball sized hail was reported in Bourbon. That warning has also been extended over towards where 67 and 55 meet at Festus Crystal City up towards Herculaneum. And that goes up towards Arnold and Imperial, Hillsborough, Urinate, DeSoto, Olympian Village. So that is actually carrying a considerable tag for 2-inch hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. It does have a tornado possible tag on it. So right now, St. Louis, you're kind of getting wrapped around at the moment, but don't worry. The storm's back out here towards Gerald and Washington and Union and St. Clair. They're coming for you. They'll get there. Otherwise, we still have our tornado warning up here from National Weather Service St. Louis. And I'm looking to see where we're at with the tornado warning up here for Lincoln. Yeah, there's multiple areas of spin on the front of this line. This area right here, just south and west of Kenny, it's going to be on County Road 7 and Illinois 54, just south and west of Kenny. So Clinton, you want to be watching that one. It is a weak area of rotation, but it's there nonetheless. Anywhere you can see these little notches in the line of storms, any of those spots could spin at a moment. The biggest concern I have is this area right up here to the west of Litchfield, because that area is clearly rotating and you can see it from multiple radar sites. All right, so I do need to take a break. My voice is going to give out. My throat's getting sore, so I'm going to try to save my voice while I can. And still watching this activity down here, southern Illinois, western Kentucky, far southeastern Missouri into the Boot Heel, the delta parts of Arkansas and West Tennessee. This whole area, I'm watching it closely because this is where all the ingredients are perfect for absolutely monster storms that could do terrible things. So what I'm going to do is, I kind of can't get both tornado warnings in at the same time. Let me actually peek here. Oh, they just trimmed this one way down. So the tornado warning in Illinois for the storm 7 miles southwest of Clinton, moving east at 55. That is still in effect until 6:45, so about another 13 minutes for southwestern DeWitt.
New information,
north central
this
Macon
tornado
counties.
warning has been updated.
And that's that one. Please dropped Clinton County out of that.
Attention, a new radar-indicated tornado warning has been issued.
And that's this storm down here. So, ooh, I love place names I can't pronounce. Southeastern Franklin County in Missouri, Jefferson County, Missouri, and northern Washington County in east central Missouri. At 6:31, a severe thunderstorm was capable of producing a tornado. It was 6 miles south of Miragoa Park, or 6 miles northwest of Anthony's Mill, moving east at 50. And that storm will be near, there we go. Sorry about that. The park at about 6:35, Richwood 6:45, Lonedale at 6:50. Other areas affected will include Fletcher, Grubville, Orman, Morse Mill, Victoria, Mappaville, Hematite, Otto, and Kimswick. And the following state parks: Mastodon Historic Site, the Sandy Creek Covered Bridge Historic Site, and Governor Dunklin's Grave Historic Site. And that will affect I-55 in Missouri from exits 170 to 190. So we're looking basically from Arnold all the way down to just past Selma in Missouri. All right. Still that severe thunderstorm warning, barely in effect to the areas west of Clinton and DeWitt and Macon counties in Illinois. Still have radar indicated rotation with that one. Mostly rural areas of southwestern DeWitt and north central Macon counties. Hallsville is in the path of the storm. Otherwise, further downstream, it would be Clinton, but that would be a new warning if that was the case. South of Shipman. Yeah, I'm not. there's some, like I said, little pockets of indent where it looks like there might be a little inflow notch here and there. I'm much more concerned about this storm. If there was a storm that would hold me to my chair watching things, it would be this one. Because that is some serious rotation. South and east of Sullivan. Um, P Ridge is right in there. So to the northwest of Northcutt. It's going to be to the southwest of the Little Indian Creek Conservation Area, south of Halsey. Moving to the northeast. So Richwoods, Hurricane, up towards Maupin and Fletcher. And that's going to continue going all the way out. I mean, this does not stop. Grubville, Morse Mill, Hillsboro, Ware, DeSoto, Imperial or Olympian Village, all the way up to Festus, Herculaneum, Peevely, all the way up to Imperial, Arnold, Antonia. You're all in this tornado warning, and this storm is serious. Yes, it is. I would. Halsey, you need to be underground. I'm going to take a look at something here. Okay. All right. My apologies. I am not going to be that guy eating on a live stream. Just won't happen. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave the St. Louis radar up. I'm going to center it up here. I'm going to try to get the two warnings I'm most concerned about here so you guys can see them. There we go. Leave it there. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to step aside for a few minutes. I am going to get myself something cold and non-carbonated to drink. And then I'm going to find myself a little snack. And then I will jump back into the hot seat here and we will keep going for a few more hours.
Attention, this flash flood warning has been updated. New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated. Attention, this flash flood warning has been updated. New information, this tornado warning has been updated. Attention, a new radar-indicated tornado warning has been issued. Attention, a new radar-indicated tornado warning has been issued. Attention, a new radar-indicated tornado warning has been issued. Attention, a new flash flood warning has been issued. New information, this tornado warning has been updated. New information, this tornado warning has been updated. Attention, a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued. New information, this tornado warning has been updated. 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 Attention, a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued. New information, this tornado warning has been updated. Attention, a new radar-indicated tornado warning has been issued. Attention, this flash flood warning has been updated. Attention, a new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued. New information, this tornado warning has been updated. New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated. Attention, a new flash flood warning has been issued. Attention, this flash flood warning has been updated. New information, this tornado warning has been updated. Attention, a new radar-indicated tornado warning has been issued. New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated. New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated. New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated. New information, this tornado warning has been updated. New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated. Attention, a new severe thunderstorm watch has been issued. Attention, a new radar-indicated tornado warning has been issued. New information, this severe thunderstorm warning has been updated. Attention, a new considerable severe thunderstorm warning has been issued. New information, this tornado warning has been updated. New information, this tornado warning has been updated.